Hello, everybody. This is Mentor Lawyer with another video about the murder of Dan Markel and all the prosecutions that followed as a result. And right now, we're on the prosecution of his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson. And we're going to be talking about several interesting findings in her planner slash to-do list document slash calendar. But before I do that, I'm going to answer this quick question that I saw as I was about to enter this live. So Janet Gomez says, question, would you put Charlie on that chair without knowing what his testimony will be? Can he plead the fifth? So I'll tell you a few things about that issue. Okay, number one, the state has the power to force people to testify. And the only thing that usually can happen if they lie is a prosecution for perjury. In the case of Charles Adelson, he is already convicted of murder, so he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison unless there's a reversal of that. He gets a new trial and he's found not guilty. So there's nothing to punish him with for lying on the witness stand. So no, of course, nobody would put him on the witness stand not knowing what he's going to say. The state would put him on the witness stand if there is an agreement in place where, just like Katherine Magbanua, he agrees to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. And then if the truth leads to the arrest or conviction of somebody else, if he can help the conviction of his mom, which he's never going to do, I think, then he could get a reduction on his deal later on. So about pleading the fifth, that is usually not allowed. That is something that is addressed ahead of time. Nobody can put a witness on the witness stand with the understanding that that person is going to plead the fifth. That is, causes a mistrial. It is unfair to the defendant and to the prosecution because it gives the impression that this person was guilty of something, right? Was involved in the crime that someone else is being charged with. So that is something usually that does not happen. But that is usually addressed ahead of time. So can suddenly a person in the middle of a trial unexpectedly plead the fifth? Yes, it can happen, but it could cause a mistrial, could cause a lot of problems. The general rule is the attorneys are not going to put anybody on the witness stand, and the judge is not going to allow anybody to put on anybody on the witness stand just so that they can plead the fifth in front of the jury. That usually is not going to happen. Okay? So, yes, Estella, she was a very, very meticulous planner. And hello, everybody. There's a lot of work to do tonight. One time, somebody told me in an interview that I was applying for a job a long time ago, somebody says, you talking about the salary, talking about how much you're going to make. You get, you eat what you kill. I hate that. I don't like that phraseology. But the news is a cutthroat business, right? So I spend the money to get these records. And of course, once I did that, other people can get access to those records that have already been reviewed by the state. So in a sense, I got to kind of work through this material fast if I want to try to make some videos and be the first to discuss them with you guys. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do more discussion about the calendar with a discussion of several key findings in the calendar, which I think answer several of the questions that many of us had while listening to the jail calls, which I remember, I think I was the first to release, but then other people released as well, and they did it with better sound. So in the end, I think I made most of my jail calls videos private. But yeah, that's how the business is, and that's fine. Actually, I think that the more eyes to these documents, the better. People will find things that maybe I won't find. But that's the reason why I'm here. This is actually a little bit lucky because I got these records exactly on a week after my vacation. I'm already done with my vacation. I already started back on my work, my regular cases, but I don't have a heavy caseload this week. Next week, the next 4 weeks are crazy for me, but this week is actually light. And so I can come here at night, and I took this with me home. So when I had a few minutes, I was looking through this document and highlighting things for you guys. Now, one thing that I'm going to do, and I hope you guys are willing to stay for a while, because I'm planning to do this a long video. And again, uh, I'm going to make this as a more of a raw live version where it's not as get to the point. And many people don't like that. So if you don't like that, don't watch this video, because you can just wait until I finish. I'll have Ladybug edit, cut out all the stuff that is unnecessary, and make it more here's to the point, and maybe with better images and all that stuff. But one of the things that I'm going to do is that I want to share with you guys some of the screenshots of some of the key things that were said or written in this calendar. And I have some additional notations that I'm making. And so I came here with a goal of starting this at 11, but I want to buy some time for myself to finish the additional exhibits that I want to show you guys. So what I was planning to do, and I hope you guys are fine with this, is show you a little bit of Katherine Magbanua's first proffer, raw, with no editing, while I'm doing that. So I'll do that, and then we can start. Or not. Anyway, just so that you know, because you came here exactly for the calendar and the news about the calendar. So let me give you the first tidbit of my thoughts after more review of the calendar. Let's talk about the issue of Wendy's book entries. There were so many Wendy's book entries all over this calendar. A lot of people think, okay, is this code? What's going on? Is Donna Adelson reading the book? What is that about? Okay, so I have a few clues that I got by continuing the very careful review of the thousands of entries on this calendar pages. I mean, there are thousands, and it's very poor handwriting that she understands herself, I'm assuming, Donna. But the clue that I got, in a sense, is this: that Wendy's book could be many things, of course, but if I were to guess from the context of everything I've seen in the calendar so far, and I have not finished the review, this is like huge amount of stuff to review. Okay, so number one, it could be, yes, could be that Donna is reading the book and she's trying to read it. Maybe that's part of her homework to help with the preparation for the trial. But the book is so boring that she keeps putting on the calendar, on the to-do thing, hey, go back and read that book, and she never finishes because it's so boring that you can only read 2 pages at a time, and then you just pass out. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Maybe that would be the funny meaning of those entries. The other possibility, I think, is actually a strong one. There are actually 4 that I thought about, or 3. Let me see. The second possibility is Wendy's book. Maybe it means Wendy's book club. Maybe it's a date when Wendy goes to a book club. I don't know, because I've seen entries about a book club. So there could be a book club, Wendy's book club, and she just shortens it to Wendy's book. Could also be, based on some of the other entries that I saw, that this person who does meticulous record keeping for herself also does meticulous record keeping for Wendy, and maybe on her to-do lists is also do some work on Wendy's book. I say that because there's an entry on April 18 where she has Wendy's book with a check mark, and then there's an arrow down, and then the arrow down has 3 different dates. 4/27, so April 27th is Ben's, it looks like trip, something like that. Doctor or trip or something like that. Then it says 10/16, dolphin game. 7/18, Lion Head area. 8/16, Tiger Tail Park. So it could be that these are things that she has to put in Wendy's book, right? That she needs to write down notations on Wendy's book. So that could be an option. Okay. And what else did I think about? There was more thoughts in my mind about it. So there was the calendar stuff. There was the book club. I was reading the book. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I thought I had some other thought, but it skips my mind at the moment. Could be some other. I mean, obviously, it is unlikely that we will know for sure unless I find more clues as I keep reading this. Okay. There are a lot of super interesting entries that. So I'm just giving you some tidbits before I share with you guys the Katherine Magbanua proffer, while I do a little bit of work so that I can give you an awesome presentation maybe in about 20 minutes or so. So another thing, for example, the name Marcel Descalzo, which was Donna Adelson's attorney right before the trial, there was this whole issue about whether they were going to be deposed, and Marcel Descalzo started this whole fuss about the fact that they shouldn't be deposed and tried to shut it down. And then there was a negotiation between the state and Marcel Descalzo and then Rashbaum, where they agreed that Donna and Harvey wouldn't come to the trial, wouldn't testify at the trial, and the depositions or interviews, the forced interviews in a sense, were canceled. So Marcel Descalzo is mentioned earlier, much earlier, so she's been around for a while. So she's mentioned a few times in this calendar in the parts that I've reviewed. And there's like a funny question mark here, like, did the 35,000, apparently they got 35,000 from somewhere, and then say, did 35,000 come from Maricel? So that entry was on sometime in April. Call Maricel. So there are a lot of entries about calling Maricel as well. Call Maricel Descalzo on the cell phone, web, return something. So a lot of interesting entries about that. One of the things that I thought was very interesting and important for the investigation, I hope that investigators are doing something about it, is that there are many mentions of storage place. Many places on this calendar, many mentions of a storage place, of taking something to storage. So my hope is that they figure out where the storage is and that they have done a search warrant to go through that storage place to see what these people have in the storage. So those are the little tidbits that I'm going to do at this moment. And I hope you guys are not going to be mad at me. I'm going to try to share with you guys the Katherine Magbanua proffer. And and I'll do a little bit more work before I actually resume the discussion. Okay? So please bear with me. Here it comes. So let me get to work. I'll join you guys in a minute, okay? And the sound should start shortly. So if it doesn't start, we'll figure it out. I think that's they used body cam video to record this, as you can see. So that's why it takes a little time usually. I think the video starts before the sound. There we go.
All right, where are you going to be? I'm right in this, yeah, right here, right in the middle. Okay, can I get you over there? Of course, yeah. Awesome, thank you much.
Okay. Morning. I guess you knew we were coming. You talked to Chris. Okay. This is...
Is this a camera? Yes.
Yeah, we're doing it for all of our safety. We don't want it to be alleged that we came in here talking to you, so from the beginning we're just recording this whole thing with you. So this came back from Chris yesterday. He's signed the bottom of it. If you just want to look at it and review it, we'll have you sign it as well.
Yeah, I think this is the one that like tar just like
It's
went over.
yeah, it's the same thing, yeah. So if you just want to sign the bottom of it,
Okay.
second page.
Today's the 10th or the 11th?
11th.
Okay.
Okay, so here's what I'll tell you. Obviously, things have changed, and we're here without your attorneys, but that's, you guys had the conversations, and we all talked as well. I kind of feel like it's best and easiest to just let you tell us how we got here.
That's the thing. That's like, wait, like how I got to this point.
Well, start at the beginning. You know who we all are anyway, right? You know,
Okay, well, I guess we can do that. So we got Pat Sanford with the FBI, Sherry Bennett with TPD, and I'm Jason with the State Attorney's Office, which you and I have met a few times. And yeah, if letting you kind of tell us how we live here is the best way to start. And we'll ask questions. Don't get me wrong. We will ask you stuff, but
Yeah, this is what I was afraid of, like, just with everything that's been happening and like obviously getting incarcerated, and then it's just, I've been like, you know, like with my guard up the whole time, and then like all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to walk into this room, and then it's just like, me just talk. Like, I know you
Let's
can
talk.
it's like, I can't, everything is.
Well, let's start it like this. Okay, how did you meet Charlie? Let's start with that.
Oh, we're really diving in really quick. Yeah, way to break the ice, right? Just before, like, I know, like, you know, obviously, you know, I'm going through 2 trials and everything. Like, what would this be all public now? Like this, or it's just for protection?
Eventually, it will be. We're doing this because obviously, with the publicity of the trial and the amount of, you know, you guys didn't do this. You guys talked to her before you turned the camera on. We're not gonna have. We don't want to have any of those games played. We would rather have everything, you know, recorded and documented. So there isn't. You guys sat down with Katie and told her what she needed to tell you. No.
Okay.
We didn't do that.
Yeah,
So.
because like my attorneys are not even here, so this
Right.
is like.
right,
Okay.
exactly. So this is my first time sitting down and being able to talk to you.
Yeah.
So we want everything, you know, recorded. So there's no question about, like it did last time, people were making allegations that we fed people and things like that. We're on the up and up. This is not, you know, this is the way it's been the whole
We're
time.
not here
We're not
to-
here to trick you.
Trick you, berate you. Like, this is this is
I
different.
mean, it's gotten to this point, basically.
This is your side of the story. This,
Yeah.
you tell us the truth of what happened, and
I
we'll
guess
ask
we should
questions when we
probably
need
start
to,
with
but
that. Swear her in.
Yeah.
Let's do this. Will you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Now we got that out of the way.
Okay.
And all the confusion. Yeah, I mean, really, it's best to start with, I think, how you met Charlie would be the best way to start, and then we can probably sequentially, you know, work a timeline out from there.
Okay. Well, I was working in Sophie Dental, and then he's like one of the specialists that came in. So then from there, he's, you know, like, we get the phone numbers from the doctors, from what I remember, and then we put it on her cell phone, so that whenever scheduling purposes, we'll, you know, we can contact or text any of the doctors, any of the dentists.
Okay.
So I met him through there.
And just started texting, and then
Yeah.
you started dating, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay.
how long did that progression take from the texting to the dating?
Like, how did it evolve? Like, from being a doctor
Well,
to...
this is like all the way from 2013, I believe. So, well, yeah, he was like persistent. He was just persistent about like, and I told him, I was like, I have kids, like I don't really have time. I don't have a babysitter. I don't have like a chance to just go up and about. Like I don't have that type of freedom. Like, so little by little, he was just, you know, trying to, oh, come on, let's hang out. And then, like one day, like I just went over to his house. I don't remember.
Time frame, I guess, would be late 2013, early 2014.
Yeah, that was 2013.
Okay. And you guys, it kind of grew from there and became more of a dating relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. How long would you say you two dated?
Like I said, like, you know, I've always said that we never had like, oh, he's my boyfriend, I'm his girlfriend type thing. Probably from 2013 to 2014, 15.
Okay.
What I remember.
It was
Because
exclusive, it was on and off.
yeah, like we've stayed friends the
Okay.
whole time.
Okay.
It's nerve-wracking. Sorry. It's
What?
just, it's just like not, I haven't spoken
Just-
to anybody, you know what I mean? It's
And that's what we really, I know we're sitting over here on this side and it's intimidating, like, this is kind of and I'm sure that's not helping the matter,
yeah.
but just try to talk with us. Just literally just sit there and talk with us.
Black it out. I mean, black it out.
Yeah, maybe we can move it, I don't know, a little closer to the camera or the phone so it's not like straight in your face, I don't know. But just try to block it out and just let's talk this through. So you guys started dating. What comes to mind?
Sorry, I don't know.
What comes to your mind? Because what I don't want to do is feed it to you and
Right.
you
I get that.
reiterate it for us.
Well, let's just talk about what problems did he talk to you about? Did he talk to you about his problems and issues and what led to
And this is
things?
what I was like scared of, like, from the information that I got from the trial, and then obviously, when I go back in my bunk and I'm like trying to think back, like, it's like it's all perception. That's why I was like so irritated and frustrated, because as I'm seeing things being revealed, I'm thinking back at the time and I'm just like trying to put things together, like, okay, was this happening when this was happening? And then it's like all getting jumbled in my head.
Okay.
And I don't want to give any,
That's fine.
yeah.
You're worried about your timelines. And you're worried about, don't worry about that. We can work timelines out. We can work timelines out with some other information that we have throughout this case. There's a lot, like you saw.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of evidence in this case.
Yes.
If you can give us the events that occurred, we can work out the timeline. So if you remember a conversation Charlie having with you, I'll work on the timeline of when that occurred. Tell us what conversation you
And I don't
remember
want to say
having.
I don't want to say the wrong thing either.
Well, here,
Like,
I
I
You
want
can't
to
say the wrong thing.
make sure that I'm,
Just, the biggest thing is because you keep thinking about everything you saw in trial. Take that out. We want to go by just by your memory. I know it's hard.
yeah.
Yep.
We're going by just your memory. Anything in trial, like he's saying, the timelines, things that we have now, we can see how that fits in and figure that out later. We're going to want to go from your memory and what you were thinking and your experience, your personal experience with this, how it progressed in that stance. Not taking all the stuff that you saw in trial, all the things that now make you think of it differently. You
Yeah.
want to know about how you thought about it at the time that it happened and how it progressed that way in your own experience. Not by all the stuff you saw. So that should make it easier. So you just work on that and then we can worry about the timeline afterwards. Let's just get through your experience of it when it was happening.
If you were telling us the truth and what you remember, Katie, before any of this nonsense,
Yes.
that's all we're looking for.
Okay.
We will ask the questions to clarify things. You tell us what you remember
Right.
that led up to this situation.
Okay. So basically, like what led up to the situation, when I was talking to Chris, I was like, just like things that are popping up as it went. And a particular day that I was thinking about was Halloween in Lincoln Road, when he did mention, but I don't want to quote anything and I don't want to say anything wrong, like I said, and I just remember him, like, that's the thing, it's like as he's saying things, and like y'all know that Charlie talks a lot, so he's saying things and it's just we're going in circles. I'm not like invested into the conversation like how he's thinking of the conversation. I'm just like, like going basically with the flow. So I remember him that he did mention something about, I don't know if his sister was going through it or his sister was having a hard time with somebody. He never mentioned that. Markel didn't tell me any names or anything, but that was a particular day, I guess, that I thought back and I didn't even really think about it until like when all of it was like over. And I was like, Chris, I don't know why it's like coming to me now. Like I've said, like I blocked off a lot of things. I don't remember things. Like you can see in my second trial, I was foggy with everything. Like,
And those are obstacles we'll all overcome.
Okay.
We gotta overcome them just like you do. I understand you testified and you said things and we'll deal with it.
Okay.
We understand. And Chris will sit down with you, I'm sure, and, and that will come, but just like you just did, you had a conversation, it was around Halloween. What's Lincoln Road? I'm blanking.
That was in Lincoln Road, that's in South Beach. So there's like a Halloween like party where they block off like the whole
Okay.
like
It's a
section.
block party kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of like, it's outside, they always host that event. And I remember when in a parking lot, or like, it was like an outside parking lot, and that's the first time he's mentioned it. And mind you, this was 2013, this is like in the beginning, so
Yeah.
I didn't think
Yeah,
much
you're
of
talking
it. Like
October
this is, I
13th.
just literally met him, like this is one of probably an event that I can only pinpoint it because it was a specific, like a particular event, I'm sorry.
Understood. But you don't, specifically what he said, you don't remember.
Not
He just
remember.
mentioned saying his sister was going through something.
Yeah,
And you didn't pay attention to it.
yeah.
Okay. So that's end of October, 1st of November of 2013. You were still working for Sophie Dental, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay.
It's fairly new in Sophie Dental.
Okay. So go from
From
there.
there, I don't know what happened, or like in between, we started hanging out more. I'm pretty sure every single time, like, he'd either not mention about his sister, but maybe just like family issues, but like not specifically like it's always his sister or whatever. Like,
Right.
he never really went forth with that.
Okay.
So that was like towards the beginning, and I could just kind of remember, I know I spent New Year's with him, and then so like that's already like towards the end of 2013.
Okay.
And then what about after that? How did it progress from there?
Like I said, I don't know, like whenever he would mention anything about it, maybe every single time that we just, like we'd hang out, I don't know specific dates, like I said, but all of that's been like a blur to me, so.
When you're saying he's mentioning it, is it like he mentioned his frustrations with it, or is he just kind of just talking?
Yeah, he's kind of just like talking, like, like if we're hanging out watching TV, or like I can kind of tell, like, his, like if his mom is calling and he's, like they're going through like family issues. He never really told me specifically anything, but you kind of like get the phone and you walk away, like, oh, that was my mom, like talking to me or whatever, like she's stressed out, my dad's stressed out, stuff like that. Nothing particular that I can remember of.
So fast forward, I guess that's January, early in the year of 2014. So obviously Dan Markel was murdered in July of 2014.
Yeah.
And as you saw in the trial, Garcia and Rivera made a trip up in June. What can you tell us about that?
See, that, like, I don't even remember. I mean, I obviously, like you're just telling me to, like, remember from what I remember, not from what I remember from trial.
Right.
I learned a lot of things from the trial. That's why it's so hard, and I want to say the right, not to say the right thing, but, like, remember from how I remembered, my days. But, like, my days are consumed with, like, taking care of my kids. And just, like me going through it, was afraid of, like, you guys, all heard all the conversations and everything. Like, just the back and forth.
What led to the two of them making that trip to Tallahassee?
Okay. So when I was, this is like the hard part, because that's the part that I've never spoken of. Mm-hmm. And from what I just remember, I don't know the specific day, but I do know that Charlie had given a paper in an envelope, but he stuck it inside, like, I had like a diaper bag that I used to use for Kaylee, but I kind of used that as like a weekender bag, and he put it in there. Now, he's probably been talking about like, oh, like I need somebody to, get beat up or whatever. That's why I'm saying, like, from him, something happening to her husband to like obviously murder, that's like two different extremes. And
So you're saying leading up to him putting that in the diaper bag, he was talking about wanting to find somebody to beat him up? And stuff?
like he's, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me nonchalantly, like, I was like, okay, like, I know in hindsight I should have like I said, that's why I beat myself up a lot because, you know, like I'm like, you know, I was stupid. Like I wasn't, but that's not where my mind frame was at that time. So it was kind of hard for me, and that's what kind of like I'm kind of scared of because it's like, are they gonna understand this? Because what I was going through a lot, like mentally with Sigfredo too, was, you know, a lot of like fighting, and then so it's like I found comfort in Charlie because obviously he was the good time and he was the one, you know, that it's like when I'm with him, it wasn't stressful, but it led to my whole life being turned upside down.
Well, let's talk about this real quick. I know you took the stand like we talked about a while ago. You got on the stand and you said you didn't remember things.
Yeah.
That's in the past.
Yeah.
We're not worried about what you said on the stand. We're starting clean here. This is a new clean break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know you're fine. You're fine. Just it's okay.
Relax.
It's okay. Just relax. Yeah, just listen to me. You're already where you are.
Yeah.
Okay? Whatever you tell us now, if you lied about something, if you weren't truthful about something, it doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get in more trouble for it. Okay?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now's the time to be totally truthful with us. It's just, you know, to come totally clean, tell the whole truth all the way through from the beginning. Because Charlie didn't just slip a letter in without you talking about Sigfredo and getting to that point. That's what we're talking about. Tell us how you got to that point. I understand you're not going to remember time frames and things like that, and Charlie may have done this and done that and kind of led you to that, but how did that happen? You know, what kind of conversation did you have about Sigfredo with him? And how did it lead up to that?
For the whole time, it's like I felt as if Charlie kept planting this seed in my head. Obviously, I don't know if like he knew of Sigfredo, like he probably knew of Sigfredo from what, you know, like me venting and saying like, you know, like he's giving me a hard time, like in that point, but far from like what, like, I mean, like I know that he's probably know that he's gotten in trouble like in the past, but Sigfredo's like since that we've been together, like we, you know, like I try to keep him on the narrow and stay away from trouble and, you know, like with like family life. So that's what, like this is through time that he's probably just been saying things and I'm just like agreeing with it. Like again, I beat myself up for it because it's like, I wasn't paying attention to like things, like I was being nonchalant about it, you know, and just being like, oh, okay, and then like, you know, kind of just, then when I'm with Sigfredo, I'm like relaying stuff to him, but them really not knowing, you know, like obviously even with conversations, it's like I never said like, oh, I'm talking to Tuto, or like with him, he doesn't want to hear that I'm talking with Charlie.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they both know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Or they know.
So what kind of stuff were you relaying?
Right.
Through each other?
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little blurry because that's through time that we're just
Right. You don't have to say specifics. Just give us a roundabout summary of what the conversations were about. Because I understand you're not going to remember exactly what you said or exactly what they said, but you know the context of the conversation that you had.
That led up to this.
Everything that led up
Well,
to
like, maybe give you an example. So he stuck this envelope in your bag.
Mm-hmm.
How did you know?
I
what
mean,
to
like
do with
it
that?
had information
But
about.
how did you know what to do with it?
Because he's been like kind of mentioning, you know, like, oh, I need this, I need somebody to take care of this, and you know, I know like obviously I'm going to Sigfredo about it, but then as I'm relaying it to Sigfredo, I'm not saying like I don't really know specifics. That's why.
So what are you relaying to Sigfredo?
Yeah.
You just said, I need someone to take care of this. I know it's hard to talk about, but we know what you're talking about, and we need you to talk about it. It's going to be, I know it's hard to say, what is he saying this is? I need somebody to take care of this. What is this?
Oh, the problem with Wendy's, I mean, like that's, I don't think he ever mentioned about her husband or whatever, but just somebody that's been, like.
I'm following you here. You're fine with that. That you didn't know that Dan Markel was Wendy's husband.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
What did he tell you though? What did he say?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, move on. We're good with that. Yes, that is totally. I understand that they didn't have the same last name. Lois, husband and wife, you would think.
So what was he telling you exactly?
That he needed somebody to go up to like that's what I'm saying, I don't wanna say the wrong thing.
We can understand if you're summarizing.
Right.
You're summarizing. We don't expect you to remember exact conversations, but you know the context, which is
Right.
the actual meat of what the conversation was about. That's what we need from you.
Okay.
Like the actual
What did
topic.
he mean? What did he say to you, basically? Just in general.
That he needed somebody to get hurt, but like not to get to that point, from my understanding, was not to get killed, but to maybe like, I don't know, if like rough up or beat up or whatever
Okay.
at that point.
Okay.
So but that's what I'm saying, like I just, little by little, maybe he's like feeding things in my head, but I can't remember those specifics, and
Okay, so then you're relaying now to Sigfredo. So what are you relaying to Sigfredo? And I know you're not saying Charlie wants me, you're just talking to Sigfredo about a friend that has this problem. What's the problem you're telling Sigfredo?
just that,
What
that it's
exactly?
like somebody, like, I'm sorry, like I just, like.
I know,
that's
I
what I'm
understand what
afraid
you're
of,
trying to say.
like not,
Right, and we know what you're trying to say, but we need you to say it. We can't say it for
Yeah,
you.
here's where I think you are. It's hard for you to say.
Right.
It's more hard for you to say than less of you don't know what to say. I think this is where this agreement that's signed into, this is where you have to clear your conscience. This is where you just say what you're trying to say. Get it out. We can talk about it. We're going to talk to Chris about this. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations to be had after this meeting that we're having
a lot
today.
of conversation.
Not with you.
Not with you.
Not with you. No.
Between the prosecutors.
No,
and
between us, and there's just a lot that has to go on after this. So just say it. Just come out with what you're talking. So Charlie's giving you something, and you're giving Garcia something. What is it?
What's the agreement? What was Charlie going to
Something,
do?
yeah, like something needed to be taken care of for him,
And
for
what was
for Dan Markel.
Okay. And what was Charlie getting in return? Was he doing anything in return? What was he willing to do? If
Well, yeah, like he would have, like the money wise, obviously, like, you know, like they would be, like Charlie's like, oh, they're gonna be taken care of, that they're gonna be taken care of.
Did he ever give you a number?
what's the number?
No, he didn't give me the number, he didn't give me a specific number for it.
He just said, "Go do this, and I'll take care of you." He didn't say how much or anything.
No, not to me. Like, that's what I'm saying, it's like now, like, you know how you guys were talking about like the $100,000 or whatever, like, he never said that amount to me, like, I just know that they're gonna be taken care of. Like, he was assuring me that they're gonna be taken care of. Obviously, that's nothing to do, you know, like that's what I'm saying, like, I don't have those facts
Okay.
for,
How did he know who was going to take care of it or who he needed to take care of?
I mean, I figured he knew that I was like gonna go to somebody that I trusted and then relay that to Sigfredo.
Okay, so he knew
I just
Sigfredo.
don't, that's what I don't know, that if he knew Sigfredo like that.
Did you tell him it was Sigfredo though?
No, I
So
never
you
mentioned that it
never-
was,
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
But you told him you would have it taken care of. You just didn't tell him I did.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, we're jumping around a lot.
I know, and
So
Wait,
you,
Well, the problem is we.
I just don't wanna go the roundabout, like, you know.
we're trying to
like,
get directly to it, and that's what and you can help.
Hey everybody, I'm about to come back, so just give me a couple more minutes. I don't know why this froze, but I'm gonna see if I can get it to work again. What's going on? I don't know why it's not working. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you guys some awesome insight exclusives for now into the planner from Donna Adelson. So I'm trying to upload a little video that I just created while you guys are watching this. So let me do that, and then we can talk. So this is a very short video, so let me just upload it for you guys. All right, private, let's make it private. Sorry guys, I know that I'm not a big organization with 50,000 employees and can put an awesome show together in 2 seconds. I'm a family man, a lawyer, busy athlete, playing sports all the time. So I do my best. Like I said, Ladybug is gonna edit this tomorrow and give you a condensed, awesome version without any Katherine Magbanua proffer, probably, where we hit on all the highlights, I guess. That's coming tomorrow. But if you want to hang out with me and work with Mental Lawyer, then hang out with me, and I promise you, you're going to have some cool stuff that you're going to watch. I'm going to show to you guys in a minute. I think it's almost ready. Yeah, it's ready. So here we go. Let's dump Katherine Magbanua. So I'll remove Katherine. Goodbye. And I'm going to show you guys the video that I just created as you guys are watching the proffer. So here we go. Let me share the screen with you guys. There's no sound. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. All right, so here we go. Calendar part 1. Share. Here we go. All right. There. This is part 1. September 29. This is very, very, thank you so much, Helen. I really appreciate it. I'm going to remove this thanks from here in a second because I want you guys to see everything, but here we go. Okay. So here we go. This is from Donna's calendar. We're going to jump. So I stopped the review. I was going day by day, but I figured that since other people are getting their hands on this planner, and I'm probably going to be the last to break stuff if I go slowly, and I still will go slowly. I'm going to go through every page, and I have already gone through many pages, and maybe later in this video I'll do that again today. I'll continue that. But let's this is a little bit of a highlights of a few important things, and we'll organize it better later, but these are some highlights. Okay, so this is, let me go there on the calendar. September 26, 2023. This is before Charlie's trial. And I'm going to that date. What it says, this is an optimistic family. September 23. I know I spit it out already. So what it says in there is take Charlie's suitcase from Tortuga. That's a home, one of the homes that they own, and then pack it for him. So in essence, they're hoping that there's going to be a not guilty verdict, and so they're preparing for the return of Mr. Charles Adelson. They're hoping that he'll return home. So that's the first one. And the other question in there is the witness list out? So this was September 29. So now we're jumping to October the 2nd. So what it says is 3 weeks to trial. See Dan. That would be Dan Roshbaum, I'm assuming. And then this is interesting. Order Ka Samui Guide for Charlie. That appears a couple of times. And our understanding is that there may be a resort in Singapore. So maybe the plan was to free Charlie and then send him on his vacation to a location that they picked for him, I guess. Ka Samui Guide. Let's look it up on Google. If you guys want to do that too, you can do it. I'm going to confirm, if I can, my memory of their research. So this was, if I move forward, let me go back a second here. So Ka, oh gosh, go down. Samui. Oh, in Thailand. Yeah, Thailand. So there's a Koh Samui island of Koh Samui in Thailand. So we were wondering if that could be it. Now, cannot tell you 100%. Everything, this is interpretation of some notes in a document. October 9th, 2 weeks to trial. Ask Dan, is it true that Katie and Luis Rivera are now in the Leon County Jail? Okay, so that was a note of interest in there. And I guess it was true back then. So then there's a notation of October 20 about the final hearing. So we can see that, of course, although Wendy says that she doesn't watch anything, doesn't follow anything, it appears that Donna Adelson was heavily invested in following her son's case. So that was October the 20th. October 23, Charlie's trial today. Call Noah, and I'm assuming that this is Noah Rubin, the attorney who was helping with jury selection. So let me double check that. I think his first name was Rubin attorney, Noah Rubin. Yeah, Noah Rubin attorney. Yeah, so his name is, well, I don't know. Okay, I'm not 100% sure about that. I believe that notation was about calling Noah Rubin, but I could be mistaken. It says, do I need to be at morning meeting? So there was some kind of a meeting. Could be some other Noah, could be somebody that has nothing to do in the case. Did Charlie get his giant from iCare? So she sent some kind of gift for him, and she wants to know if he got it, because on October 27 is Charlie's birthday. Thank you so much. Moi, appreciate it. All right, so November the 6th. Now we're jumping. This is, again, I'm going to have a lot more for you guys. November the 6th. This one I thought it was really interesting. It says watch Kappelman, and then it says closing. So maybe watch Kappelman closings, arguments. But then he says, let me go back. This was a very interesting note. Then he says, if he's guilty, he's guilty. And I'm like, what? What is that about? I mean, is that a thought that she expressed about if he's found guilty? I don't think so, because later we can see that all they do is that they trash the trial, they trash the jurors, they trash everybody, and they obviously, pretend that that this was an unfair trial, suggesting that, he's innocent. But this was an interesting note that I wonder, of course, why, is it something that Georgia said? I mean, why would Georgia argue that if he's guilty, he's guilty? I don't know. Maybe she did say something like that at some moment, and she thought it was worthy to make a note of that. But I thought it was interesting, so I wrote it down. Or, I highlighted, I guess. So again, this is earlier in the morning, just noting that today is the day for closing arguments. So they were following the case very, very closely. They say pack something for Charlie. This is November the 10th. So this is already after he was convicted. Let me go there real quick. The 10th. Let me see if I can find that entry, and I'll come back. Oh, this one was very important. Let me come back to that one too. So let me stop here for a second. And I'm going to find this one, and I'll tell you what I can interpret from the actual note, which is a little better quality. November the 10th, it says, first of all, there's another note on November the 10th that is super important. It says Vietnam Villa, total investment $135,000 $514. Vietnam villa. Total investment $135,514. It says, let me find this particular note. Pack, I guess obviously meaning pack for Vietnam, right? And then separately it says, oh, okay, I remember now what it says. It says appellate lawyer for Charlie. Who? Question mark. And by the way, in this video tonight, I'm going to reveal to you guys whether Charlie knew that she was going to flee to Vietnam, whether Dan Rashbaum knew that she was going to flee to Vietnam, and whether Wendy Adelson knew that she was going to flee to Vietnam, at least per the entries. Okay? Well, of course, we cannot tell conclusively. We could just try to decipher or interpret whatever was written in here, but it's not, 100%. It may be an incorrect interpretation of what she meant when she wrote whatever she wrote. So, to be fair, these are just my interpretations of something that I'm reading that someone else wrote in a cryptic form. So, let's go back to that, and because this one is very important. So maybe I should just do this a little bit bigger, and let's go back and slow it down and play a little slower. And I can just talk to you guys. How's this playing without this red line across? Sorry, I'm mumbling. Okay, so there's the note about the appellate lawyer. Now this one, it says wonder, or I'm not sure, I don't think it says Wendy, but it could be Wendy, but then dash, and then says, tell Dan Vietnam he must tell Charlie on his private line. Tell Dan Vietnam, I guess, tell Dan, this is November the 10th. This is 4 days after her son was convicted. Okay, so what does it say? Wonder, whatever. Maybe Wendy. I don't think it's Wendy, but it could be Wendy. And then it says, tell Dan, I'm assuming Dan Rashbaum, about Vietnam, he must tell Charlie on his private line. So they're using Dan Rashbaum to communicate, of course, with Charlie and keep stuff out of the recorded lines. So interesting. That was November the 10th. Let's see what's the next one. All right, this is November 17. Let me pause it so I can read it slowly. All right. This one is a little bit interesting because this is November 17. This is after the fact, again, after her son was convicted. About, this is for after she was arrested, right? So she's planning to talk in the future. This is a plan for the future that never happened because she was arrested on November 13. Okay? So she wrote for herself for the future, a note to herself for the future that says, ask Dan, I'm assuming again Dan Rashbaum, about basically whether to file lawsuits. So they plan to flee to Vietnam, and then apparently they want to find out from Dan Rashbaum whether they can start file lawsuits against people. About all the hearsay and conjecture, all the malicious ruin of dental practice and egregious change, damage to reputation of two dentists. I guess that's Charlie and Harvey, even though Charlie was convicted, so how can he sue, right? Libel and slander. I guess they're thinking that they should sue 2020, Dateline, People ID, Tallahassee Democrat, I'm assuming. No, Tallahassee Police Department, maybe. Kappelman Comment, Daily Mail, Toronto and Miami New Times, Google reviews, Yelp review, podcast, Robo Haritha. I don't know who the heck that is. Robert and Haritha. That would be. Oh, Rod. Oh, that's about her son and his wife. Email, podcast, and gun, whatever, harassment. Wendy Real Estate. Okay, so my thinking about this. No, I'm not on that list. I don't think so. My think about this is the following: that this was done even before Charlie was convicted. Because otherwise, why would they say all this stuff about damage to the reputation of the dentist, libel, slander, all this stuff, if he had already been convicted, right? So my thinking is this was written as a plan for the future. So they're hoping that, hey, Matt, how are you doing? So they're hoping that Charlie was going to get acquitted, and then they could start filing lawsuits against everybody for slander, libel, and all that stuff. So, which is one of the things why, it is a little harder to, go after rich people that have money to hire lawyers, because, lawyers then can start doing stuff like that, filing lawsuits against people. All right, so that was interesting, November 17th. Let me unpause it so we can move on to the next interesting tidbit. Okay. Podcast on gun magazine plus gun magazine, maybe harassment. I'm just trying to understand what the heck this is all about. Robert and Marie and Haritha. Are they going to sue Robert and Haritha? Okay, this is another one that I thought it was interesting, and it says Saturday, November 18. I think that's the only entry for the 18th. Is tell Wendy. Now, of course, it could mean a lot of things, but if I were to guess, if that other entry where it talks about talking to Dan and telling Charlie about it, if that wasn't Wendy also there, I think this suggests to me that they were planning to flee the country without Wendy knowing, and that they would wait a few days and then tell Wendy. Again, I'm speculating and I'm interpreting based on what I'm reading. So there is an indication that she might have known, but let me go back here on this document, this video, the beginning. Okay. So that's what I prepare for now. And so those are the ones that I can show you guys. Now, I have many more that I could prepare, but I would have to do the video and all the stuff, and it would be a few more minutes of you guys watching Katherine Magbanua. And I'm going to give you the vote. Do you want me to do that? Go back to Katherine Magbanua and then pull up onto the screen, basically create another video for you guys with a few more of these, or do what I'm inclined to do, is give us until tomorrow, and I'll get Ladybug to work on all of that. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do instead is keep going through the calendar day by day from where I stopped. So the last day I did was March 1st. So I can start from March 2nd. And basically, I'll tell you everything that I saw from March 2nd forward. So I'll give you guys a minute to decide, and then I'll get started. Sorry about that. Yeah, there are many entries on this calendar that are clearly, obviously written ahead of time. Why do I know that? It's very simple. She was arrested on November 13 at 8 p.m. And there are many entries, many things listed for dates after November 13, which include the comment to tell Wendy after the fact. Obviously, I'm guessing tell Wendy about Vietnam. It could be some other stuff, right? Some other revelations for Wendy. So, right? You guys need to pick. So go back to March 2nd or watch more boring Katherine Magbanua and then I'll show you more stuff on the screen. You know what? I'm going to make an executive decision. I'm going to go to March 2nd. You know why? Because I like tedious. Because the reality is that being a lawyer, being an investigator, being a detective is a tedious work. It includes a lot of boring time reading calendar entries and handwritten stuff. And if you want exciting, whatever, go to those channels that have all the props and whistles. We also do. I mean, Ladybug does amazing jobs with her videos these days. But I don't. I'm not that good yet. And I don't have the time because I'm a lawyer. So I'm going to go there. I'm going to go to calendar. That's what I want to do. Okay? So here it is, March 2nd. This I already covered. So here we go. We're going to go through the calendar. Executive decision made for you guys. You don't have to worry about it. All right, here we go. You're free to go if you don't want to stay for this. So, and a question was asked to me, why do you read a date where there's nothing on the calendar that you thought was interesting? I do it so that you know that I went through that date and I didn't miss anything. And that also, if I ever want to go back and watch the video or there's a transcript, that date's going to be mentioned there. So here we go. I do my best in reading this handwriting. It is pretty hard, but I have awful handwriting. So I guess between hers and mine, we're closely as bad. All right. On March 2nd, as a Thursday of 2023, she has a note in there that says, is the trial on for April 24th? If yes, sell something tickets. So they do seem to go to a lot of events. So they want to sell tickets because they're going to be watching the trial. All right. On March 3rd, there's a few notes here of interest. There's one that says something about Charlie's phone. There are many entries about Charlie's phone. They seem to want to have access to Charlie's phone, and that's a question that they want to talk to Dan about. There's a mention about Erica again, and Erica is one of the witnesses who testified. Erica Johnson, I believe is her name, is one of the witnesses who testified. Obviously, they have a connection with her from they're unrelated to the case, so it could be innocent, but I do want to mention it when there's something about her here. Also says when to buy clothes for Charles, and it says Zoom meeting with somebody about legal advice. So not sure what that's about. Here, this one is important for me for the investigators in the case. There is another mention of a storage locker, and it appears many times on this calendar, and every single time it appears like this: storage locker, Porsche wheel, storage locker, take Porsche wheel, take Porsche wheel to storage locker, blah 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 blah. So many times on this calendar. So bottom line is that there has to be a storage locker somewhere, right? And maybe they kept telling themselves to go take this Porsche wheel to the storage locker and never got to it, or something else. But it keeps appearing so many times. But that happens a lot. Actually, Wendy's book is not the only thing that appears many times in this planner. There are many things that keep appearing and reappearing and reappearing. But yeah, it is mentioned as like that, as a Porsche wheel to the locker or storage locker. That's exactly how it's written. All right. Okay, another entry on March 4th of Wendy's book. And I said earlier in this video that it could be Wendy's book club. It could be reading Wendy's book. It could be about doing a planner for Wendy, like Wendy's book would be the planner that Donna does for Wendy. It could be, other things that I didn't think about yet. So, and then it says discuss password with Wendy. Oh, I'm sorry, not password. Discuss Passover with Wendy. Okay, my bad. So that was March 5th, Saturday. And then for Sunday, there is nothing that I marked. For March 5th, the previous one was March 4th, and March 5th, there's nothing of interest. So March 6th, drive boys to school, Wendy in Washington, D.C. There's information about Wendy traveling to Washington, D.C. From Miami via American Airlines. There is notation that Harvey needs to call the IRS because Charlie is supposed to be getting a refund from the IRS of $42,502.83. There is a mention again of Wendy's book. That's all for March 6th, Monday. Tuesday, March 7th. Again, drive the boys to school because Wendy's in Washington, D.C. It says, date to see Dan, ? I'm assuming, again, this is Dan Roshbaum. Then Charlie's phone. I guess she has a list of things that she wants to talk to Dan Roshbaum about. So they include Charlie's phone, Erica, and then it says photos of something. Very hard to read. Photos of safe. Photos of safe. No, it wasn't password. It was Passover. Discuss Passover, which is a Jewish event. So that's what it was, not password. So on the notes about what to talk with Dan about, it includes Erica, photos of the safe, clothes for Charlie, get WH to rent Janice out, ? Marty, or nasty comments, Janice - Bree, something junk, sorry, but it's really, really hard to read. Hearing maybe, okay, so that's all right. Then it says later in the same day, March 7th, Tuesday, has calls to Gary F, Gary C, which I think is Gary Cohen, Marion, Mike Miata, maybe, Samri, I don't know, those are really hard to read names, and the boys are still sleeping with them. On March 8th, they again discussed the fact that they have to make Vietnam villa payments. Then on March 8th, they again have on that Wednesday, Wendy's book. Then again, another entry about calling the IRS for Charlie's $42,500 refund. Okay. All right. March 9th is the return date for Wendy. She's coming back from Washington, D.C. That's a Thursday to Miami. And calls again for Gary F, Gary C, and Mike Mintz. Lots of entries about a fire marshal, and I don't know what that is, but maybe they needed a fire marshal inspection or something for one of their properties. March 10th, Dan, 9:45 a.m., payment to his law firm, M&R, I'm assuming that's his law firm. Maybe look him up, and Roshbaum, just to confirm so I don't keep guessing. Yep, it's M&R. So all the entries about M&R are about his law firm. Storage locker, Porsche wheel. Again, I really hope that the investigators found where the storage locker is and went to search it. That's the last entry that I marked for March 10th. For March 11th, Saturday, discuss Passover with Wendy again. Netflix, Lydia Pact. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's a show. Wendy's book is marked again, or is written again. Sell coins, records, and something else. Storage locker, Porsche wheel. Keeps coming up. Mike Mintz. Oh, calls. Mike Mintz, Gary F, Gary C. Call on 3, whatever. File LLCs. I think that what they mean is that they need to file the annual reports for the limited liability companies. That would be my guess. Annie and somebody, Port of Miami, blah blah blah. So that was for Sunday, March 12th. So we're done with all the way to March 12th. March 13th, I did not mark anything. That was a Monday. March 14th, Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Dan Rashbaum's office. Phone -iCloud. Calls Gary Feldman, Gary Cohen, Lisa something. Discussed Passover with Wendy. Comes up again. So she keeps putting reminders to herself. March 15. Do we need to pack up? No. Do we need a backup for the MacBook Pro? Question mark. That's the last entry. That's the last entry that I noted for March 15. March 16, Thursday. Call IRS about the $42,000. File LLCs. Wendy's book. KM. I don't think it's Katherine Magbanua, but it says KM Monday to Friday, 5:50 to 7. So maybe that's babysitter or something. I don't know. Maybe a cleaner. Somebody's schedule. March 17, Friday. Discuss Linus B. M with Wendy. I don't know. Can't figure that one out. Maybe it will come to me later. March 18, Saturday. Discuss Passover with Wendy plus lines BM. Lines BM. Line like a line, apostrophe S, and then capital B, capital M. Then no. Do we need to back up the MacBook Pro? Question mark. Wendy's book again. All right. That was Saturday, March 18. And Sunday, I did not note anything of interest. So let's move on. March 20. Bob Webb with date. He will be in Florida to return Charlie's property. I don't know what that is, but I would be, if I'm an investigator, I guess I kind of want to find out who that guy is at and what property is he returning. But that was the only entry that I marked for Monday, March 20. Then Tuesday, March 21st, I marked Dan Rashbaum, Tallahassee. Then it says with Charlie. Then it has another notation about a storage room and Tigeroo rent. Pick up somebody's rent, I guess. But there's another indication here about the storage room with a little asterisk. So maybe they went that day to the storage room. On March 22nd, Wednesday, there's another notation about Wendy's book. On Thursday, March 23, the only thing I wrote down here is the J. Shapiro CD at tax, I guess about a tax appointment with a J. Shapiro, and then computer, and then it says again, Wendy's book. And then on Friday, March 24, there's nothing of interest to me. On Saturday, March 25th, it says Wendy's book again, and nothing else of interest, and nothing of interest on Sunday, March 26th. She keeps asking herself to check if Harvey did the LLCs. Again, I'm assuming that's the annual reports. March 27, I put in there, I highlighted only Wendy's book. There's another little clue here. There is open parenthesis, little word, close parenthesis. Now, it's impossible for me to understand. It seems like something like Maggio or Raggio. I have no idea, or maybe there's two G's in the middle and an I-O in the end. So something that ends with GGIO. Maggio, maybe. That's the only entry I highlighted for March 27. On March 28, I highlighted Donna gets line and brings him to, against somebody and brings him to Wendy. Wendy has a 3 p.m. meeting. Oh, I see. Maybe it's about one of the boys. It's kind of hard to read, so they did not block it out, but it could be about one of the boys. So on March 29, a Wednesday, I got again another notation about Wendy's book, and again it says something that it looks a little better now, but it looks like Maggie, maybe Maggie or Maggio. It looks like Maggio. That would be my guess. Maggio. I'll write it for you guys. Yeah. You're right. I agree that Lynn's BM could be that. Yes, absolutely. There's several notes about discussing the bar mitzvah for Lincoln. Yes. So it looks like this, Maggio. I think. Hey, no problem, Black Cat. Nice to see you. All right. So that again is together, Wendy's book and Maggio. So that could be another clue to try to understand what the heck this whole Wendy's book entry is about. So if anybody knows anything about Maggio, by the way, it does have here, pay Dan Rushman's law firm, and then it has a note, and then it has 75. So I'm guessing $75,000 to the Dan Rushman's law firm. So I wonder if they were charging $75,000 a month or something like that. Hopefully not a week. Maybe it was a week, but maybe it was a month. Maybe that's a longer period. I don't know. Maybe they were getting billed by the hour. But if they were doing something, there's note says pay him an hour 75. That seems like a very specific fee. So maybe that was the monthly fee or something like that. I'm guessing. I cannot tell you, cannot swear to it. All I can tell you is that there is an indication on top of March 29 about that. AM&R, and I hadn't highlighted, so let me do it right now. I'm sure that I'm going to review this again and find more stuff. It's hard work, people. That's how you do an investigation and how you do your job as a lawyer. Someone else may have, assistants and stuff to do all this. But if I'm a lawyer in the case, I want to review everything myself. And this is almost like my case right now. I've been covering this for so long that I think I can recognize a lot of stuff that someone not involved wouldn't understand. March 30, Thursday. Chipotle dinner for boys and Wendy. Just wanted to let you know that I guess they like Chipotle. Chipotle, send the big bucks here. All right, March 31st, that's a Friday. Again, Wendy's book, and then open parenthesis, Maggio, or something that looks like Maggio, close parenthesis. So, Wendy's book, Maggio. Can one of you guys, while I'm doing all this reading, try to solve this puzzle? Maybe it is an Italian restaurant, yes. It's a Mario. Okay, guys, April 1st, I did not write anything down. Okay, all right. And Sunday, April 2nd. Nothing. All right, April the 3rd. Wendy's coming here at 4:10 p.m. That's a Monday. Tell Wendy 2 times weekly with whatever and Ben. I think that something about the boys. Maybe they want the boys 2 times a week. Who knows? That was April 3rd. So April 4th, Tuesday. A note or a reminder for her to sell the coins, the records, the implants. And again, we established that the implants are dental implants. I suddenly remember later that, oh my gosh, yes, of course. What was his job, Mr. Charles Adelson? He was a dentist doing all the stuff, right? So maybe they have both of them. Harvey was also a dentist, so maybe they're thinking about either selling implant equipments or whatever it was that Charlie had, or maybe Harvey had. Another notation about Wendy's book, this time without the Maggio. And Wednesday, April the 5th says Passover begins tonight. And Thursday, April the 6th, put money in Charlie's commissary. There are many of those notes. I did not highlight all of them. And again, another notation about Wendy's book, this time without any Maggio next to it. And then there's a, did Maricel Descalzo write back? This is her attorney, remember, that represented her later when, as we got closer to the trial, and we got closer to the trial, and the state tried to do an investigatory subpoena and interview Harvey and Donna. And then Maricel Descalzo appeared for them. So maybe Maricel does other work for them as well, and that's why there's a lot of communications between them. Oh, here is again. M&R 75,000. I wonder if it was a reminder. Maybe they didn't do it in the previous one, but so this is on top of April the 7th. Close the email so you guys don't hear such sounds. Okay. Thank you so much, Janet. I appreciate it. There is no calendar for 2014, and that's why I have been suggesting and hoping that investigators will try to find that locker, the storage locker somewhere that they have. Whatever they do have, maybe they have a storage room, a storage locker, whatever it is, they need to try to find it. So hopefully they can find the old calendars, because this lady wrote everything down. All right, Thursday, April the 6th of 2023, Wendy's book, and okay, I already covered that. So April the 7th, of Friday, another reminder to pay then Rashbaum's law firm $75,000, I guess. It says 75, but I don't think it is $75, right? Did I forget somebody here? Let me see. Hey, Elias, thank you so very much, man. Appreciate it. Long time supporter. On April the 7th, there's another entry. It says Charlie's sacked for wires from Alex. C.R. Charlie's something for wires from Alex. I just highlighted, I don't know the significance yet, but investigators may know. All right. Saturday, April the 8th, Wendy's book without any additional notation. There is the Porsche wheel storage again indicated. I don't think it is the wiretaps, by the way. That comment is more like maybe as a wire of sending money. Wire from Alex is usually would be sending money by wire. On Sunday, April the 9th, again, Wendy's book. And there is a check mark next to it. So, moving on to April the 10th. Kate, fly to Tallahassee. Maybe she heard something from Dan Rushbaum, but I don't know about flying there. I don't think there's any other Kate other than Katherine Magbanua, but maybe it is somebody else. Who knows? Maybe there's another Kate who flew to Tallahassee. This is Monday, April the 10th. Call Maricel Descalzo, Web, and it has a number. And then it says something about return retainer. Return retainer. So it looks like she's trying to get some money back from her lawyer. There's an indication later, also a notation later about did the $35,000 come from Descalzo. So interesting. Tuesday, April 11th. This one is very important to me because, as you guys may recall, there was a different earlier date for the trial, and then it was postponed until when it happened, right? So October, November. But here's what it says on the calendar. It says Dan and New York guys in Tallahassee. So it seems that Rubin's team was in Tallahassee already working for the jury selection plans, maybe working also on more stuff. Maybe they were working and helping prepare the whole story, the whole testimony of Charles Adelson and all this stuff. So there was a lot of preparation going on in anticipation of the trial. And those guys were involved already much earlier than when we first saw them appear on the scene in the very first day of jury selection, when they were suddenly announced as appearing in the case. So that was very interesting to see that they were already involved way back in April, probably even before. This is the first notation that I see from Donna that talks about the New York guys. And my guess is the New York guys would be Mr. Rubin's team. Okay. That is, again, my interpretation of this calendar. It can be incorrect. On Wednesday, April 12th, there's another notation about paying Dan Rushbaum's law firm $75,000. This time there is a K after, so we know for sure that this is another $75,000. There's a lot of money flowing to Dan Rushbaum's law firm. There's a notation of take Porsche wheel to storage. There's a notation about Wendy's book again. There is a notation that says call Gary Cohen and Lisa Cohen. Okay? Those are the ones that I found interesting in my first review while I was feeding breakfast to my son this morning. I was doing that a little bit while he was busy with something else. Oh, there's did Maricel call? Did Maricel something? So Maricel in here as well. That's Descalzo, the attorney. Okay, So we're done with April 12. April 13. I did not write anything as important. There's again some notations again of like the notation about the refund for for Charlie from the IRS. There may be things that I'll note in my second or third reviews, but nothing that I thought was very important in the first review. April 14, Friday. There's the only thing that I highlighted again is the Call Maricel and Wendy's book. On Saturday, April 15, last day I something Charlie 22. There's a check mark on this one word that I can't understand. So last day I something Charlie dash and then this is Charlie's 22. Charlie's 22. I don't know. Bring Bud's guns to his brother. Oh, okay, I see. So there's a celebration of life for somebody who died, somebody named Bud. Last day I saw Charlie 2022. I think that's what it means. The last day that she saw Charlie was in 2022. Or last day that maybe that the guy saw him. I don't know. This Bud. Then it says bring Bud's guns to his brother. Then it says call Gary Cohen and Lisa Cohen. Sorry, Gary Cohen and Lisa Cohen. Then it says Wendy leaving about 3 with George tonight. With George overnight. Wendy leaving about 3 with George overnight. Cooking class. Wendy's, okay, so Sunday, April 16, Wendy's book. Now here's another clue. It has a ton of notations about different dates. It has April 27, 29, Ben something DO, 1616, or I'm sorry, 1016. The handwriting is horrible on this one. Then it says Ethan Burstein plus Jason, 718 license, Heat Arena game, 816 the Tiger Trail Park. So this is the second time that it has this notation about Wendy's book, and it lists different events or different meetings or different things. So that's what got me thinking that perhaps the Wendy's book is more about writing on Wendy's book. But again, this is again my interpretation. But that was on Sunday, April 16. April 17, Monday. Call Charlie, wires from Alex, rewrite operating agreement. Operating agreement is usually the document that controls how an LLC will be run, a limited liability company. On April 18, it says Wendy's book again, and again it has that arrow and it lists all those different events. And I think I've showed it to you earlier. Something about Ben's Doctor, Dolphin Game, Line Head, whatever, Tiger Tail Park. And then below that, there's a separate entry that says Wendy will pick up boys today. So, on April 19, so basically, Wendy drops the boys for a few days so that she can go do whatever with her parents. Since then Markel died, Donna got her wishes. She got to spend lots of time with her sunshines, right? April 19, Wednesday. Call Gary Cohen, Lisa Cohen, Mac John. Could it be a Mac John game? I don't know. Handwriting is horrible, so I apologize if I'm missing something. Again, another notation about Wendy's book later on April 19. April 20, Thursday, pay M&R. Pay Dan Rashbaum's law firm again. I'm starting to think this is maybe $75,000 a week, or maybe a reminder. Maybe they have to do it once a month. Anyway. Take Porsche wheel to storage. That's April 20, Thursday. Fill out long-term guest form for Wendy. Friday, April 21st. Charles' commissary account, Charlie's phone, put the money into Charlie's phone. Charlie has paid Roman's child support through August 24th, except for $100. PM, this is April 21st, PM Wendy. PM maybe arrow Wendy. Put luggage away. Saturday, April 22nd. Wendy's 44th birthday party. They have a 6 p.m. birthday dinner with Wendy. There's another notation about Wendy's book earlier in the day. There is, again, below, somewhat below, not next to Wendy's book, but later, indication of those different events, the dolphin game, the trail, tiger trail thing, and maybe a Hertz Villa, I don't know. But those notations that were associated with Wendy's book before are here again, but they're a little bit separate. And they seem to have block names, so it looks like some of the block names are the boys' names. On Sunday, April 23rd, there's another indication again. I don't know if they keep forgetting to do it, or that's some kind of code, who knows. But take Porsche wheels arrow storage. Put luggage away. All right. You should write less and do more, and then the list wouldn't be that long, huh? All right. That's a good point, Moments. Maybe. April 24. Charlie's trial may start today. So this was written ahead of time. Of course, the trial was postponed, but at some moment she put that as the date when the trial was supposed to start. Again, there's an indication to fill out long-term guest form for Wendy. There's again an indication. Did the $35,000 come from Maricel? So it looks like they're trying to get $35,000 back from Maricel Descalzo, some retainer maybe. On April 25th, says again, fill out long-term guest form for Wendy. On April 26th, which is a Wednesday. Oh, there's the 25th, I'm sorry, pay M&R plus villa payment. The villa, I'm assuming that's the one about the Vietnam. So there's another indication of a payment to Dan Rashbaum's law firm. Again, we don't know if these are just reminders that she puts every week to do whatever. We don't know how often she's supposed to pay $75,000. We cannot guess that from here. Because on some of the things, like for the villa later, they say the total that they paid for this investment on this villa in Vietnam, and I think it is in Vietnam. It says Vietnam villa, was 130 something thousand, but I haven't seen yet any total for the Rashbaum law firm. So on Wednesday, April 26th, Wendy pick up boys at 4:30 p.m. That's the only thing I highlighted. So nothing very important. Oh, did 35,000 come from Maricel again? I guess they're waiting for some money back from one of their lawyers. He probably returned it and then charged again. All right. So now again about the money for the Vietnam villa, I believe. Okay. It says here, wire money to Scott before May 1st, $5,982. And that's the Scott. I'm assuming that's the club guy, right? I have to love the witness. Well, I'll do it later. Was it Scott Darius or something? Anyway, those are the entries that are of importance for me on April 26. April 27, there is again a question about whether the 35,000 came from Maricel. Fill out long-term guest form for Wendy. PP table question mark. Put luggage away. Friday, April 28. Wendy Hotel PM, or no, Wendy something PM. Wendy to DC. Going back again to Washington DC. There's a notation here that says Charlie has paid August 24 child support, and that's the only thing I saw of interest. On Saturday, April 29, take Porsche wheel to storage. Are you guys ever gonna get done with this? Would be my question. Wrap Mother's Day gift earrings for Brie. Wendy's book club. This was another clue, right? So and then I'm going to Sunday, April the 30th, and it says Wendy-book club. Now it's written different, so maybe that is just a separate thing, right? So when she writes Wendy's book is one thing, she means one thing, and when she writes Wendy-book club, it's something else. But it raises the possibility that she's just shortening it when she writes Wendy's book club or Wendy's book. Who knows? But I think it's a little too often for a book club. I mean, and the times are all changing. So I don't think it is about a book club, those entries. I think it's more about maybe doing the planning for Wendy. So it says that the boys will be there for Sunday dinner. And I mentioned the boys because, I mean, this was all about the boys, right? This is why they decided to do the murder. They wanted those boys for themselves. Horrible. Okay. Tigers. Okay. Sunday, April 30 was the Wendy Book Club and boys here Sunday dinner. All right, guys. That's next. May 1st. I think that's the last one I checked. So from here on, I would have to show you guys some more Katherine Magbanua if I'm going to discuss more tonight. So, all right, May 1st. Monday, May 1st. Ninth payment on Vietnam villa. another 5,982. Then it says, point arrow down, 10th payment will be on July 1st, and it has a total, or maybe an amount, of 53,359 instead. And then down, 11th payment, September 1st, it is going to be 5,982. So the only one that has a different amount is this one in July 1st, $53,359. This is all payment on Vietnam Villa, all together. There's little arrows connecting those three different entries. It could be, Porsche wheel could be code for something else. Good idea there, Sandra. All right. Excuse me, a little tired. Alex, operating agreements for 16 Flex, something like that. So maybe Alex is like a partner of Charlie or something like that. Tuesday, May 2nd. Charlie, tax refund 42,502. So she's reminding, I guess, themselves again to inquire about that refund. That's the only thing I wrote of interest. Wednesday, May 3rd. I didn't write anything. Not that there's nothing, but nothing that I highlighted. And then we'll go to the next day, which is May 4, which I didn't highlight anything because I haven't reviewed this ones yet. So let me do this page with you guys. Slow me. No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a break. There's something about Wendy here. HM Wendy make chicken soup. No banana bread stories here. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of Katherine Magbanua while I decide what I'm going to do next, okay? Or I can do a little Q&A for a few minutes. What do you guys think? Q&A? Let's do that. So I'm stopping for now, May 4th. And I may resume in a few minutes to do the boring, perhaps difficult task of going through these entries and highlighting anything of importance with you guys. Now, what I'm doing when I'm doing this is I'm doing a dump of data that I think is important to me, right? That I want to explore further. Obviously, a review of the entire calendar will inform me on some of the meanings of the things that I maybe missed before or that I highlighted but I wasn't sure about before. So this is an ongoing process. If I were an investigator and or a lawyer in the case, I obviously would want to take a very, very careful look at this document because there are a lot of notations, and this is a defendant in a very important, huge case. All her writings, and I think that they can tell that this is her writing. They should be able to establish that this is stuff that may come into evidence, that may be admissible, and could be an important part of the case. So you guys want to do a Q&A for a few minutes? You can ask me questions about anything, Kat Randall. I may decide not to respond to your question, but yeah, let's do a little Q&A. You guys can ask me stuff, and then I'll decide whether I'm going to show you a little Katherine Magbanua for some time while I do maybe a few more screenshots that I can put for you guys and discuss further, or what else I'm going to do, whether I'm going to be highlighting more stuff. But I'll tell you what, tomorrow during the day I do have a few things to do in some of my cases, but I may do another live tomorrow early afternoon. I may I'll see if I can go through a few more pages, highlight a few more pages tomorrow morning while I'm doing the breakfast with the kids, and maybe I'll have more pages to discuss with you guys. Okay? Soccer is going to be later in the afternoon, so I'll have a full day in the office after I'm done with the breakfast for the kids. So I'll have some time because I don't have that many things to do on my cases tomorrow. I have a huge week next week, but this week is a little light. So on purpose, because I was on vacation last week and I wanted to come back slowly, play a lot of sports. It's a semi-vacation week in a sense. All right, so you guys have any questions? How did the Adelsons keep their codes straight? I'm not that smart. Okay, well, I don't know because I don't have access to the Adelsons, so I can't answer that question. What's for breakfast? Nothing interesting. It's for the kids. I'm skipping breakfast. I'm doing some intermittent fasting, so nothing for me. Yes, I agree that any line that says BM, it's a short for the bar mitzvah, right? Was the Vietnamese villa rented or purchased? I don't know. There's an indication later that I think I showed earlier in the video that says that there was a total investment of $130-something thousand, which I'm assuming in Vietnam will get you a mansion. It sounds like it's something that they bought. That would be my guess. Okay. Has Robert ever given a public interview? Yes, he has spoken on the Wondery podcast. So he has. Could Maju be Maggie? Yes, it could be. Could be a lot of things. PM could be a private message. That's a good guess. Actually, PM, private message, could be. There are a lot of things that could be, but we cannot tell you for sure. Can they add more witnesses to the list still? Of course. I mean, you can find out if there's more people and all this stuff. I mean, adding people late in the game, adding new evidence late in the game can cause a continuance, of course. If they go digging for that storage place and they find the 2014 calendar, and now there's a ton of stuff in there, 2013, 2014 calendar that could help and serve as evidence in the case, then that could be an issue that would delay the trial, because if they find that and then they disclose a ton of new evidence that is favorable to the state or even to the defense, both sides will need time to prepare and adjust their strategy and do all those things. So yeah, you can always try to add witnesses and all that stuff. For the state, it would be, the judge wants the trial to go at a certain date. The state obviously has had many years to investigate this case, and now Donna has been in jail for many months. So for the state to get an extension would be hard, because they could have gotten some of the stuff earlier. So if they want to be digging for new information, they better do it now before the deadline where they have to disclose everything to each other. So they have to do it immediately. Yes, they did have a visa. They actually, the question is, did they actually secure a visa to Vietnam? Yes, I actually showed it on screen a few days ago. They both received visas to Vietnam. That's why they were flying there. I can't answer that question. What's going to happen with the villa now that Donna's in jail? First of all, if they bought the property, they bought it. So who knows? I don't know what's going to happen. And I do not know if for sure they bought it yet. So that's just something that investigators will have to look into. What property is this villa about? What is all that about? Okay, so here. Is there any case law or way for the defense to exclude recordings where Donna thought the phone had hung up? So what happened is the following, right? Donna is on the phone with Charlie. This is a jail call. It's being recorded. She consents to it being recorded. And then at some moment, she thought that the call had been hung up. Maybe she was taking a phone around the house with her, and maybe she thought she pressed the button, but she didn't. So the recording continued. Now that's her error or Charlie's error. Well, it must have been on Donna's side, because that phone continued recording her, not Charlie. And so I don't know. I mean, I guess you can try to come up with a creative argument where this company that does the jail calls did something that they shouldn't have done, right? That maybe they did something that if one side hangs up, it should have automatically hung up the phone call, and it didn't because of, maybe they're trying to spy on people, whatever. I mean, you can come up with any arguments. Have I done I have not done the research to look into whether there is any potential argument like that. But if I'm the defense attorney, or if I'm an attorney that is trying to exclude this very important piece of information, that's what I would be thinking about. But the bottom line is that these statements that were recorded, okay, on a line where she had consented to be recorded on, they were made in the presence of other people who can also testify to the same statements. The state doesn't have to play that. The state can simply call the person who was there with Donna and ask that person to truthfully testify, and that person may remember Donna making those statements. So, furthermore, I think a lot of the things that were said were corroborated by other documents that were obtained from search warrants that the state got. So I don't think that's going to become a very huge issue in the trial, but I mean, it's an interesting one that Dan Roshbaum and Alex Morris and their team may be looking into. Okay. Any other questions? If you, I haven't been watching the Ashley Benefield trial, but I did actually get a ton of material from the case quite a while back, and I thought it was interesting. I did listen to a recording that I decided not to publish from a psychologist. I think it was an expert that was testifying on behalf of Ashley Benefield. They were totally trashing the victim and trying to portray that this young lady was a victim of the guy, and that this was self-defense and all this stuff. And there were a lot of negative things that were being said about the guy who died. Now, look, I'm not following the trial yet. I haven't had a chance, obviously, because I'm doing a deep dive into this case at the moment, and so I got to focus on that. But that's a difficult case for sure. I think that there is, a lot of bizarre things that happen about. I mean, she killed a guy, right? So the question is, self-defense. Those cases are always difficult, very, very difficult. There's only two people in the house. And, when you try to build a self-defense case where you perhaps overreacted, maybe not, right? But did you have a significant fear for your life? The whole relationship obviously was quite bizarre. The much older guy, much younger lady, guy that was spending a ton of money to make her happy. Just a very difficult case, and I think that the jurors will have a job in their hands. So I haven't been paying much attention to the trial. I did ask Ladybug to publish some of our materials from it. There may be some that we didn't publish yet, but ask Zulu. He thinks he should be Ashley. Ashley should be freed. Hello, Zulu. Nice to see you. Do you think Signe? Do you think Dan Roshbaum involved in both will be a problem? I mean, I think that Dan Roshbaum got a waiver from his client about any potential conflict, and he, she signed the conflict. The judge made an inquiry with her on the record to make sure that she understood what she was doing. So I don't think that that can be raised as an issue down the line by Donna. Kate Messina, thank you. Your first live ever. Loving being here with you all. Thanks, Kate. All right. Any other questions? Wendy's file, Child's file. Was there a take picture of safe with Dan? Follow the money. Wendy's book deposit dates. Okay. Oh, thank you, Peggy. I appreciate it. Am I looking so tired? I did play a full tennis match today, and I lost 4-6, 6-7. So I took the second set to a tiebreaker and lost against a very good player, Mr. Nicholas, the French bull. Is there a proffer from Charlie? Not that we know of. And, just because he's being transported here doesn't mean anything. He's being transported because there's going to be a trial, and the state could try to work out a deal with him. And then if that happens, he's already here, right? You don't want him to be in South Dakota. So just the fact that he's being transported here and listed as a state witness on the transport order is really just for indications to the jail. Thank you so much, Kat. That he's not supposed to be charged and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean anything. All right. Hey, Matt. All right. Any other questions? Yeah, don't worry, Kate. As we type on phones and stuff, typos are totally understandable. It happens all the time. So I knew that it was live, and I said live when I read your text. All right. So why didn't you cover Wade Wilson trial? Wasn't he down? Okay, Wade Wilson was in Florida, people, and there's a lot of trials. I tell you why. It's all your fault, Sean. Not you, Sean, personally. But the bottom line is this, okay? If you guys wanted more mental lawyer on YouTube, then everybody would have to be watching only here, or watching me all the time, making all the videos viral and stuff like that. So I've never had a viral video. I don't have that many views. I'm very lucky to have so many followers and a lot of people that are interested in the Markel case and some of the cases that I cover. There are many cases that I cover that nobody covers and nobody talks about, but I don't go and now watch every single trial that is of interest to people and follow all the cases that are high profile. I really have a law practice, a job as a lawyer, and this is a hobby. I cover the cases that I can and that I'm interested in. That's the bottom line. So nothing, with that particular case. I saw the tattoos and stuff. I saw other channels covering it, and it's obviously every murder case is horrible. There's a victim. There's a lot of people that suffered the consequences of someone's decision to be an animal and take somebody's life. But I can't cover them all. And I'm not a full-time attorney. I'm not a full-time YouTuber. I'm a full-time attorney, full-time father, full-time sportsman, and then a YouTuber. Full-time family man. All right, first, okay. So questions, guys. You may want to repeat them. Richard Highballs. I know that name. Will you mention that people? Oh, okay. Richard's always trying to convince people to join my Patreon because I don't have enough patrons to support me. I'm not like Mentor Pilot. The Mentor Lawyer name is inspired by Mentor Pilot, Mentor with a U. It's a channel that I follow and that I watch quite a bit. And I know that he has a ton of Patreons and stuff. But what I will be doing, Richard, is Ladybug and I will work on actually for the first time ever having some merch for us. We will have some mentor lawyer T-shirts, maybe some green teal T-shirts with an owl. We'll have the interrogation fashion line. So we're working on some T-shirts with a company. But thanks for your comment, Richard. And Richard has been a very, very long-term supporter of the channel, and he's probably my first Patreon, first guy to ever send me any donation, I think. Him and Skitter Girl probably were some of the first. Yeah, we're gonna try to come up with some interesting T-shirts. Those T-shirt companies, they don't make the best T-shirts in the world, but they do give you, freedom to make some interesting designs. So I'll try to do that, and I'll try to make sure you guys get fair deals. No one's covering that. Yeah, there was a time when not many people were covering that for years, actually. But now it's like, I got all this material, and if I don't cover it in like 2 days in sensational fashion, some other channels don't have a full-time job, but they have a lot of time in their hands. They'll do this in a more sensational way and less boring way, I guess. So that's life. That's competition, and I guess that's good. I don't use this channel to promote me or my law firm. So no, I won't be sharing anything about myself or the law firm, because that's not what I'm here for. And I have plenty of cases. I don't need anything. So I appreciate it, though. Thanks for asking. I'm glad that some of you guys are saying that you're interested in the merchandise. So we'll do a little bit of that. Credit lines. Yes, I'm way behind. I guess you are, Michigan Girl. Nice to see you. First hire has to be code. It could be. Same with Wendy's book. Without way too many mentions without reasonable tie-ins. I mean, it's like, how many weeks in a row do you have to remind yourself to take a wheel to the storage, right? So thank you, Noe. I appreciate that. Now, you guys haven't even mentioned the fact that I shaved. I'm surprised because I've had some hair on my face, which is unusual for the last 2 days, but I did shave today. We are recreating Charlie's trial when we stayed up all night discussing the trial. Yeah, hey, Carly, how are you doing? I actually got to meet Harley in person, an impressive man. He would be perfect to play Lee Child's Jack Reacher instead of Tom Cruise. But now they got another guy, which is pretty good. But Harley, you would have been an awesome Jack Reacher, I think. Don't mess with Harley. He'll be my security guard at the trial. Harley, you're big, man. How tall are you? Like 6'9" or something? I mean, you're humongous. No, I got maybe 4.5 hours. All right. Anyway, questions, guys. Here to be our eye candy. Am I right? Yes. 6'5". Oh, okay. 6'5", 240 pounds. Impressive guy, that's for sure. There's your eye candy, Harley. Come to the trial in the mini courtroom B, where only 10 people will fit. But if Harley shows up, it may be tight in there. He's a strong guy. Harley, how come you don't play tennis, man? 6'5", that's a great height for tennis. Probably 6'2" is the best. But 6'5" is not too high, not too tall. You still will move pretty good. Do you think Charles Adelson will flip on Wendy Adelson during the trial? No, I don't think so. I mean, is it possible that Charlie will ever flip? Yeah, but I mean, no. I mean, this is his mom's trial. He doesn't want his mom in jail. He's a mommy's boy. He wants her to have a chance for a not guilty. And so he's not, I mean, is he gonna flip on Wendy? To save Wendy, to save Donna? You mean maybe? Will he be a defense witness? I don't think so, but who knows? I can play some basketball, by the way. I was known as Generic Jordan on the basketball courts in Orlando. Okay? We're having a little fun right now. I know this is a serious case, but Harley's in the house and he's bringing up some funny stuff. So I usually dress up as Ivan Drago from Rocky the Fourth. Of course, I know that's the Russian fighter who fought against Rocky Balboa. Dolph Lundgren and I are the same height and weight. I see. Yeah. Will he flip? I mean, I don't like to speculate too much, Roxanne. So if that ever is gonna happen, I mean, he would be called by the defense, I guess. Right now, the state asked for his presence here. We don't have the witness list. Let's wait to see, what the witness list from each side says. Let's not go there. What do I think Donna's defense will be? No, it wasn't asked. Hi, Mary James. I mean, maybe it was asked many times before, but we don't know because we don't have all the evidence. But in general, the first impression that I got from the Charlie's trial, the defense would be that she became aware only after the fact, right? So she was not involved in the murder, in the conspiracy, or anything like that. That she learned from her son after the fact, that she learned from her son a story that he had been extorted, right? So if she's going to testify, she's going to go, well, I didn't have anything to do with this murder, of course. I was shocked when my daughter called me from the interrogation room and told me what happened. I rushed to go to Tallahassee to be with her, so on and so forth. And then a few weeks later, I got a shocking surprise from my son, who came to me and said that I have to write all these checks. Well, first he asked me to write a ton of checks for Katherine Magbanua, his ex-girlfriend. And I'm like, why the heck do you want to do this? And eventually my son confessed to me what happened. He was being extorted, and all of us had been threatened, and we had to pay for this, and that Katie was helping out to take care of this extortion. And so Donna, was never involved in any of this, of course. Whether my emails and all the crazy stuff that happened in our fight with Danny during the acrimonious divorce led someone else to think that this would be a good way to make money, maybe. But I wasn't involved in any murder and any conspiracy or anything like that. I mean, and obviously I believed my son 100% when he came to me. Is it possible that he ordered the hit? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I love my son. I raised him to be a good boy. There's a lot of things that prove otherwise. But anyway, that would be her testimony based on not having reviewed everything again as a defense attorney to make sure that there are no that this defense is not going to fail, right? Because if that's the defense, and then there's a ton of records that the state has and disclosed in discovery that is going to destroy the credibility of the story, then maybe the best defense is to not testify and to just challenge the state's ability to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donna was actually involved before the murder. They can prove that she was afterwards. They can prove that she helped write the checks and all the stuff, but can they prove her involvement before the fact, before a reasonable doubt? So the defense, if she going on the witness stand, in the end, it's not going to work because there are too many holes in her story. Then the next move from the defense would be to just make the state's job as hard as possible. I think that she will probably testify, but again, we cannot know for sure until we know all the evidence, right? Because if I'm an attorney in a case and I'm trying to help my client, because the client decides, I'm trying to help my client make an informed decision about whether to testify or not. So what are the factors that we consider? Well, first of all, does she have 50 convictions from before that the jury will never know about? But if she does testify, some of those may come in, right? For any crimes of dishonesty or anything like that. Obviously, that's not going to be a situation with Donna. So the main situation with Donna is this. Is she going to be doing well on the witness stand? And she seems to be a person that would probably handle herself really well in direct and cross-examination. Is she, and then the next question would be, okay, well, tell me, what's your story, right? So if I hear the whole story and then I go back and look at the records, because this woman is not perfect, okay, and so she has a story, but her story is full of holes that I can prove, that the state can prove with documented evidence, objective evidence that she's lying, then I may not put her on the stand. Then I may just decide, obviously she decides, but I may tell her, listen, this is what's going to happen. You're going to get on the witness stand. I'm going to present the story that's the way you tell me, because, I don't know that you're lying. But look, this is what the other side's going to do. There's all this evidence that can make it look like you're lying. Maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're mischaracterizing or maybe they misunderstand what you meant by what you wrote here. But this is how they can spin it, or this is how they can argue reasonably that this is what it means, and it destroys the story. So now, I think it's a bad idea for you to testify, would be my suggestion to her. So you can't make that decision in general. You have to be super involved in the case. You have to know your client. You have to be able to speak to your client. So can't really answer those questions. All we can do is just blah, blah, blah and talk. And I can just tell you some general things of what I would be thinking about as a lawyer regarding my recommendation to my client. So it would be, first of all, I need to know all the evidence, and I need to know whether the story that she's going to present is going to make any sense. Thank you so much, Peggy. I'm not giving the defense any ideas, okay? Don't insult these defense attorneys. I mean, most defense attorneys, all defense attorneys know that, okay? Those are the things that you consider when you talk to your client about whether or not they're going to testify. So I'm not giving anybody any ideas. I'm sure that Alex Morris, who's a seasoned criminal defense attorney, who went to law school with me, we're good buddies. We sat next to each other, I think, criminal law class and a couple of other classes, and we played soccer together. He's a good guy, smart guy, just like me. He has a lot of experience with appeals as well. So he's a smart guy, and obviously Dan Rashmog is a very experienced attorney. That was his first murder trial that he did with Charlie and lost, but he does have a long track record of doing trial work as a prosecutor as well. So those are the things that the defense will be thinking about when they recommend to Donna whether to testify or not, but ultimately it will be her decision. All right, any other questions, guys? I have a job tomorrow, and I have soccer tomorrow, and I'm still here. What's going on, Kat? What is the deal? What's happening behind the scenes that I haven't noticed that got you all mad about something? What's going on? Can we not do this about you guys? Can we do this about the case? Only 10 p.m. for Roxanne. ML, out of everyone out here, you are the first one that I have donated to. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Peggy. Thank you so much. Hi, Stacy. Hello. Again, I'm doing a little bit of a Q&A, and then I'm going to decide what to do next. You guys would want to do more journal entries. We can do more, but I'll have to give you a little bit of Katherine Magbanua, so I take a break and decide whether I'm going to be doing more highlights, and then I'm going to have to highlight on them. So let's do that. I'm going to watch some more Katherine Magbanua. Here she comes. Where is that? Why is it frozen? I need to figure out why it's freezing. Maybe let me take her out and put her back again. All right. Remove from studio. Let's put her back in here. Media file. Let's jump to another one. This is the second proffer. That's at the state attorney's office.
Come on.
You're live.
Yeah.
See whatever she wants.
What'd you say, Jason?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm just grabbing that.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we get to watch some of this proffer, and I'm going to work a little more, and I'll come back in a few minutes with more entries from the calendar. Okay, I'll be back.
Shackled the whole time too.
Yes. That's, I believe that's kind of a policy thing for your hair. Shackled, right? Have to stay on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jail.
Yeah. Because you're at the courthouse versus being like in a secure facility. Okay, so we're here because your lawyer reached out to us and said that he spoke with you after the last time the three of us came down to Ocala and spoke with you, and that you had some more information or really wanted to come off everything and kind of lay it all out there. Is that what happened?
Not quite. I don't know.
Okay. Tell me what happened. What your understanding of coming back up here was.
That you guys wanted to talk more about, I guess, the situation or the interview.
Okay, you know when we left that interview, you were still holding back some stuff. Remember, you and I kind of had that understanding.
Yeah.
You were still kind of uneasy and holding back, right?
I mean, not necessarily holding back, but I'm just having a really difficult time trying to remember everything that's happened and how it's happened. Like, remember I told you that it's very difficult for me to kind of separate from what I've learned to everything that, like, you know, what we've discussed.
Like what you learned in the trial versus
Yes.
everything that.
Because it goes hand in hand, and I know you guys try to tell me, like, not to try to separate the situation, but how can I not? It makes sense with certain things that's happened because of what I've learned from
Right.
the trial.
Okay. So when we left, you and your attorney had a conversation, and he reached out to us saying
Okay.
to do another interview. I mean, do you mind telling us kind of what your conversation was? I'm not trying to anything privileged, but as far as like what made the decision for him to reach out for us to come back and talk with you.
I'm actually kind of lost about that. Yeah, because it wasn't, I spoke to Tara about it,
Okay.
and I don't know if, like, she relayed anything
Okay.
to Chris,
Okay.
but I haven't spoken to Chris.
You haven't spoken to Chris.
No,
It was just Tara that you spoke to.
Yes.
Okay. And when you spoke with Tara, did you had come off of it any information, or did y'all have a conversation about maybe you remembering some more stuff?
It was not even, like, about remembering. It's just that like I said, like, when you guys had left from our initial interview, like, you guys wanted me to remember things, and I told her, I was like, it's very difficult because it's like I don't remember a lot of things, and I did mention to her that you guys want me to separate from things that I've learned and from, like,
Right.
what did happen. And I'm like, if there's things that you guys can show me, like something that'll jog my memory, because my brain's mush. Like, it's very hard. And just this week alone, it's been very traumatic, even being
Back up.
back. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been stuck in confinement. I mean, I've literally, since I've been here for like the past 7 days, I've been out for like 2 hours.
Right. Okay.
2 hours off of the whole, like,
Yeah, because they have you in confinement.
yeah.
Okay. Well, then let's start here.
Okay.
Okay. Separate. You know the difference between
Trying to.
experience, what you've experienced, what you've talked to, what you've done,
Okay.
versus what you've heard from other people, or because those are two different kind of memories. When you experience something, you do it. You're involved in it. You're involved in the actions of it.
Okay.
That's a different kind of memory than something you just learn in a trial, or you
Yes.
just read in a book.
Yes.
You understand the difference between
Yes.
those two? Okay. Let's talk about those experiences, not the memories of the things you've seen and learned. but the experiences you had that led up to this murder.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I want, and I need you to kind of walk us through it. I know you gave us a little more than that, and you said I've never talked about this, so it was kind of hard at the last one.
Yeah.
So I need you to talk about that. Okay,
Okay.
so talk about those experiences. I know when you and Charlie started dating, we went through that timeline. Just walk me through those experiences, not the things that you remember reading.
Okay. Well, I mean, even reading stuff, it's like this is like things that like my attorney has like showed me. Like if she would show me like a text message, I'd be like, okay, I kind of, I would remember
Right, and I
like the
understand
situation.
I'm not expecting you to remember text messages exactly what you texted someone. I'm not expecting you to remember verbatim the conversation you had, but this is a pretty big deal, a pretty big situation. That this isn't a normal thing for any normal person to go through. That it's significant enough that you can remember if you had a conversation about hiring somebody, if you've had a conversation about how much money, or if you were going to get paid, you were going to be taken care of. Those are things you can remember. You don't have to remember verbatim what happened,
Yeah.
but how it happened, how it unfolded is what I want.
Okay. Well, that's where my whole dilemma has been because of the whole situation where I told you about that paper. I don't know the facts that's in that paper. And that's why I've always wanted
Okay.
to.
But the conversation leading up to that paper, before we even got to that paper, there had to be some kind of understanding before that paper was put in an envelope and then, what was it, your diaper bag or something?
Yes.
Yeah, there had to be a conversation leading up to that.
Well, yeah, like Charlie,
Okay.
where I told you
Right.
from Halloween, I think that's one of my first recollections of him even stating anything about hurting his brother-in-law, but that's not like what he had stated, like he was just saying that his sister's going through stuff and that his sister was going through stuff, and just this is like within weeks or maybe months of just him just talking about it, but not really, like there wasn't really anything happening at that point until he had given that paper and then obviously.
Before he gave you that paper, he had to know something, that you had something lined up or you could make something happen.
Well, that's what my whole confusion was, that like why would he even like have trusted me with something like this, or
You had to give him something to make him trust you. You had to say something to make him think that you could make this happen for him.
well, that's where like my concerns are too, like my question, not concerns, but like my questions, because of like, did he know about Sigfredo? Like, how much did he know about Sigfredo? I mean, I'm pretty sure I've spoken about Sigfredo, but like just to express like what I've been going through with him.
When we were down and O'Callaghan spoke to you,
Yeah,
you said he put it in the bag and told you not to touch it, to give it to him.
yeah.
Okay. So there had already been a conversation for him to know that you had with him, you had with Charlie,
Yes.
for him to know that you were going to be given this information and Sigfredo's going to be taking care of it. Get to that. That's the conversation I want to hear about.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's not like one specific probably conversation. It's through the times, like, oh, do you know somebody that can do this?
Okay.
And,
Okay.
yeah.
Tell me details about all those different times. Best details you can remember.
That's what sticks out to my head is the Halloween. That's probably one of the ones that stick out, when he mentioned that to me about
What did he
his-
mention?
about his sister having a hard time with her husband. And then from there, he probably mentioned, I mean, like, he's like, oh, I need somebody that, that can take care of this. And from there, like, he just probably kept talking and talking about it. And then I don't ever remember saying specifically, oh, that, yeah, I have somebody for this, but not saying that it's Sigfredo.
Okay.
And I don't know when I had approached Sigfredo about it to tell him about it, but obviously I never said it was for Charlie.
Right. I understand that. You probably kept both of them in the dark as to
Yeah.
who.
Yeah.
But the conversation of the planning of it, that what was going to happen. He says, I need you to take care of this, take care of something. I need you to find somebody to do this. Okay, what was he saying take care of? Like, I know he's discussed it.
Under my assumption at that time, it was, I mean, to beat up this guy that's giving his sister a hard time.
Okay.
Don't know when it transpired from that to him getting murdered. And that's why I was confused with the whole situation. And I don't know when I learned about him being murdered till later on.
So here's my thing. So a murder happened.
Yeah.
There is no communication between Sigfredo and Charlie. The only communication back and forth between them and Sigfredo, the Adelsons and Sigfredo, which is really Charlie, right, is you. So
Okay.
at some point, there's got to be a communication going through you to Sigfredo to let him know it's a murder. Charlie understood that that's what he wanted. Sigfredo understood that that's what he wanted. And you're saying you're the only in between
That's
of
why-
those two, and you're saying you don't understand that that's what they want. That's
Yeah,
what.
because I didn't know what was like written in that paper. Like that's where like I'm confused about, and that's what I didn't know about, and that's why it's still like, and I know I get it. It's hard to understand it, but this is my whole dilemma of the whole situation since day one, because I'm not getting the answers, and I've been kept out of the loop too. But I am the go-between, and I am, like going back and forth with them. But you see even my confusions with my phone calls. It's not. I don't know details or anything about it.
Right. Okay, so after the murder, after, we did the wiretap and all that stuff,
Yes.
you and Charlie met up multiple times. Last time we met, you would only tell us about the stuff that you knew we knew that was on recording. There was a couple conversations that you and Charlie met up and that you had that we know, because we had surveillance, we know that you guys had those conversations and you have yet to tell us what happened in those. That's after the murder. That's after you know that Sigfredo's been arrested. That's after you know that the cat's out of the bag. You guys are discussing this. Okay? So at that point, tell me how that conversation went. Because at that point, Dan Markel is dead, because it's been 2 years past him being killed. Okay? He's already dead at that point. So you knew he was dead not long after it happened, when it all hit the news, I'm sure.
When it hit the news when Sigfredo got arrested?
I'm talking about after you knew Dan Markel was dead before Sigfredo got arrested.
I don't think I knew that he was dead until...
You went to Charlie's house the night that they got back and picked up the money to pay them and knew it was done. You told us that at Ocala.
Okay, this is... Because the bump was, 2 years...
Yeah, 2 years after. The
Okay,
bump was
okay,
2 years
okay.
after. So I'm saying now we're at the bump. So you already knew. This is 2 years after. You know this man was killed. You know Sigfredo killed him for Charlie at this point. Whether you
No,
knew...
I didn't know that
At that
it
point,
was,
you know.
It was Sigfredo. I never knew that it was Sigfredo.
Well, Sigfredo and Luis, right? You knew the two of them.
I didn't know. That's the problem, that I never knew, because I gave that paper to Sigfredo. Under my assumption, I thought Sigfredo, that's why when during the trial and I'm seeing that he was up in Tallahassee and all of that, it's like, why would he be the one? I would think that he would just give it off to somebody else, or he never spoke to me about that. And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because I wanted answers myself, but that never happened.
Okay. So you mean to tell me that you had no clue that he came up to Tallahassee? I'm pretty sure there was a phone call that after they did it, I think, was it Ocala or Gainesville? Something like that, they stopped and they had a phone call with you on the way back down to South Florida from Tallahassee right after the murder.
He never told me that he was going to Tallahassee. Sigfredo doesn't tell me these things. Like, he doesn't tell me where he goes, what he does. It's not even that it was this situation, but whenever he does anything, me and Sigfredo have always been in and out of each other's lives.
Right.
When it was good, like I told you, it was good, but when it was bad, like, I didn't care. I had 2 kids that I was taking care of. And that's what I'm saying. I don't have certain answers that I wish I had, or else this interview would be a lot easier and I would be able to provide you guys with the information that you need.
Okay. All right, then how did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money? Those are the things that we kind of need. How did you know to go to Charlie's house to pick up the money that night? How did you know that?
Well, Charlie called me to have dinner with him or meet up with him that night.
Okay. But how Charlie wouldn't know without somehow Sigfredo, whether you knew it was Sigfredo that did it or not, somehow Sigfredo had to reach out to you, because neither one of him nor Charlie had any communication with each other.
We already had this conversation. You went and met with Sigfredo when he got back, and then you went to Charlie's house. The cell phone records show you go up there and meet with him and Lewis.
Okay, if I met
We've
up
already had this
with
conversation, and you still deny it.
the situation,
Yeah. Alright, hang on a second, let's step out.
This is nowhere.
If we just let Sherry talk to you.
I know what I know. I really, I don't even want to go through.
I'll be coming back soon, guys. I'm still working.
What's up?
I just, it's difficult to speak about, like, I really, I don't even want to go through this all over again. And I feel comfortable talking to you and Miss Bennett, but every single time I feel like there's just this tension. And I
What
don't
if I
want to.
just let Sherry sit here? What if we just let Sherry talk to you? And then I understand talking to three of us is stressful. If the biggest thing is what we're discussing is either just pulling the plug and saying we're done with this, or how to move forward. What if we send Sherry and just you and Sherry talk? Would that be better?
I mean, yeah, it's just that I don't want to be like, this is my whole situation is like, I feel like, it's not that I'm getting cornered, but it's like,
It's not getting cornered. It's
not like, I know what I know. And I feel like some type of pressure of like, okay, that I should know more. If I knew more, this would be a lot easier, and this would be this would be.
I don't think it's as much as knowing. I think it's you understanding where your responsibility was in this situation.
Yes.
And instead of minimizing it or putting it as I
And
just
that's the
didn't
thing. I don't
realize
want to
that.
like downplay it or anything, but I just don't want to wait.
You've
Like
watched this for 6 years now. At this point, you've seen it. You've talked to everybody. We've tried this case twice. And Sherry went through the whole separating what you see and what you did and what you know, or what you learned. When there's things that we can put you in a place, or we can put you on a phone call, or we can put you in a situation. Don't minimize it as, oh, I guess I was doing this. Tell what it was. Just talk about what was going on.
But that's where my problem is that, yeah, like, okay, now like he's like, oh, we already spoke about this. Okay, but it's like at this point I'm here like, well, I wish that like, is there any way where it's like you can kind of like show me that I'm like, we could talk about it more. This is how I discuss things when I'm
showing you. I mean, we could probably go through the years and tell you in 2014 this phone call occurred, or this meeting occurred, this situation occurred. Instead of, well, I guess that's what this was. That's when this occurred. That's what we're looking for from you, not not you guessing that makes sense or making it fit for us. If we ask you a specific question, just give the direct answer.
Okay.
All right? I'm going to let Sherry come in here, so it's not an intimidating situation. And I'm just going to let her talk to you for a minute.
Okay.
All right?
All right, Katie. Let's you and me just talk.
Yeah.
You feel more comfortable with that?
Yeah, it's just
It's a lot.
It's a lot, and like I said,
I know.
it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah.
I get that.
It's very like intimidating, and I just don't want to upset anybody anymore, and I just want to get this over with already.
Right.
I keep having to relive this over and over and over.
Right. This is that one decision you make that shaped your whole life, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We don't want to have to keep coming back and talking to you. We're not
Believe
gonna.
me, and I don't want to keep coming
Okay.
back. Yeah.
But what we do want is we want the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
No matter what, the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward, let's just start from the beginning like we tried just a minute ago.
Yes, ma'am.
You have just me in here at this point, so hopefully it's a little more comfortable for you. Okay, start from the beginning. I know y'all started dating, and you had told us previously when we came to Ocala that he almost immediately was constantly venting to you about his sister's issues.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, walk me through all that again.
Well, yeah, like that's why that's a lot of the situation where it's, I even questioned you guys, like, why would he have trusted me, and why is he telling me all of this? But he's been looking for somebody for a long time already.
Right.
But that's not how he played it out to me in the beginning. He's just talking about that his sister is going through it with her husband, and that his parents have been going through it too. Like this man has been very stressful to their life.
Right.
So And that's a specific time that I remember was Halloween, and I didn't even remember that till way later on
Right.
when I was talking to Chris, and I was like, that was like a significant moment where I could remember him asking about like, oh, would I know somebody that could potentially harm this person? And I was like, okay, yeah, but never saying anything about Sigfredo or whatever, because I haven't even mentioned, obviously, to
Right.
Sigfredo anything about it.
Right. Okay, and I get that, and I fully believe that you didn't share the names of who you were
Yeah.
having everybody do it for. I understand that completely, and I get why you would keep that separate.
Yeah.
Those are two people in your life that, especially Sigfredo being the father of your children. So I get that. So we have that separate.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that you didn't tell him it was Sigfredo. You didn't tell Sigfredo it was for Charlie.
Yes, ma'am.
I understood that, so we got that cleared up.
Yes, ma'am.
So just going through and talking, let's go through the fact that, so Halloween is the mark that really sticks in your head, right?
And that was 2013, so that was
2013.
I must have met this man like for the past like 2-3 weeks. Like,
Yeah,
wasn't
you
even
just
that long.
met him,
I just started
Okay.
working in Sophie Dental, so
Okay.
it was fairly new.
Okay, so 2013, of October 2013, Halloween party
Yes, ma'am.
you guys are at. He said potentially harm this man.
Yes, ma'am.
At what point was the understanding that it was going to be more than just hurting him?
For him,
Yes.
or like for my understanding.
For you, because at some point you knew.
That's
He
where.
didn't straight out say it, but it was an
Yes.
understanding.
Yeah,
At what point was it the understanding that that's what was happening?
that's probably not even until later on, and
Okay.
I can't.
Okay, just
honestly,
walk
like,
me to that
recall.
part.
Okay.
So walk me through. So you tell him in Halloween at the Halloween party,
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, I got someone that can take care of this for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then so at that point he starts probably making the moves and trying to. You guys start having conversations and making it roll.
Yeah.
I understand you're still not telling him it's Sigfredo. He has no
Yes.
clue about that. So start me from there, from the Halloween party. After you tell him yes, how does it start evolving into what it turned out to?
I'm pretty sure he just kept mentioning, like, do you know somebody? And I just kept saying, yeah, but I don't know when I went to Sigfredo and told him, I was like, hey, like, I need you to, like, have this done, like, get somebody beat up, but not him. Like, that's why it's never
Right.
my understanding, because Sigfredo, it's like,
You
I
expect
would
him
tell
to get
him,
somebody
yes,
to do
of
it.
course, yeah, like, so, and like I said, it was just to harm this person, I guess, to get him, it's not to that point, because like I said, like, it's not like he straight off told me that he wanted this person to die or get murdered, or else I would have been like, why is this, it's, why are you even asking me this, and why is it that this is happening? But with Charlie, he just he got in my head, and he just kept saying it over and over and over. And like I said, like I didn't really react to it that fast or whatever. And I don't know how long of a span it was until I was like, oh, okay, that I mentioned it to Sigfredo. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, but so it took a while before you mentioned it to Sigfredo.
Yeah.
Because you thought I know you said before.
He
you thought
probably was just like
talking,
playing around,
but
or
he kept
yeah,
on.
he
kept
kept
on.
on.
Coming to you. After you said yes, you have someone. He kept coming to you.
Yeah.
Coming to you. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So he kept coming to you, and you said later on, it was at some point later that you realized that he was meaning kill this man instead of harm him.
But that's where I'm kind of confused with the time frame, because unless, like, I'm just not wanting to just wrap my head around, like, that somebody's telling me, to
Yeah.
harm somebody, but it's when did it transpire from him getting beat up to him
Right.
getting murdered? That's
Did he ever say he wanted him beat up, or he just said he wants him taken care
taken
of?
care of.
That
Yes.
because his exact words
Yeah.
was taken care of.
Yeah.
Okay. So he wants him taken care of, and you said your understanding of that initially was that he wanted him just beat up.
Yeah.
Okay. At
And
what
then he
point did
obviously-
your own understanding of it, like it was before Sigfredo did what he did, even though you didn't know it was Sigfredo doing it, you thought he was hiring someone. It was before Dan Markel died. Somewhere you understood that it was.
It's somewhere around that time it had to have transpired to him getting taken care of, so that he's not in the life of
Right.
of Wendy anymore, or their for
that
their
he
lives.
is dead.
Yes.
Okay. So before the murder happened, you had an understanding that he was going to die.
that's what I mean.
I know he
You
didn't
didn't-
tell you specifically.
Yeah, like
But that's what I'm trying, that's the part I need, so I need you to try to
Yeah.
focus on that part. I know he didn't say those exact words, but there was a mutual understanding. You knew that before the murder happened, you knew that this man was gonna be killed.
I guess so. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't
Not that
understand.
I guess.
Like it's hard for me to like not like admit to that situation, but it's like when did that happen and
Right.
why was like for me to like
It's hard words to
agree
hear.
with that.
It's hard words to hear, and you're
Yes.
probably beating yourself up.
I
And you're like,
haven't.
how did I know this was gonna happen? Because you knew. How'd you know this was gonna happen? And then you still pushed forward and allowed it to happen and was that middle person. I think that's the part that you're battling yourself with.
Yes.
Okay, we gotta get past the battling
I
yourself,
understand
because right now, we're in a position that where we're trying, you're convicted, you're where you are, but we're trying to see what you can get out of this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
But we want nothing but the truth, and
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
not, they're not making any promises. They're not doing anything for
I
you.
completely understand.
You're not
that.
giving them anything to even make them want to even think about doing that. Okay? All we need is the truth, because at this point, it's about clearing your conscience too.
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a big part of it. You don't want, when your kids look at
It's
think
just
that
it's
you're
the
just
whole
Yeah.
it's confusing, and I've suppressed it, and like I said, like I've been in this battle mode of going through the first trial with
and then another
Sigfredo,
trial.
and then another trial, which I never wanted to go through that other trial. That's why I'm pretty sure you guys heard that conversation that I had with Sigfredo, that it's like
You just want to be done with it.
I just want to be done with it, and I just want him to come forth with it.
Right.
And that's why I was so adamant about wanting to speak to him, because he kept a lot of things from me. And me learning a lot of things that's happening when
But aside from him keeping from what he did and how
Yes,
he
ma'am.
did, we're wanting to hear from you your part of it,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
how that middle man thing works. Okay, because you are that one person that went from Charlie to Sigfredo.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at some point you understood that murder was going to happen.
Yes,
Okay.
that's yeah.
Okay,
That was
before
probably-
it happened.
I believe so.
I believe so too.
Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen. Now in your head, maybe you weren't fully processing it. That's okay, but you knew. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
When you knew that, you also knew that
It's
there was
terrible.
it is, but we got to get past that. Okay, there's nobody in here is judging you. Okay, I'm not here judging
I've
you.
already been judged.
I know
Yeah.
you have, but I feel like that's what you're thinking. You're holding back, and you feel like because it's hard to say out loud that I did this, that I did something,
That I had
sound-
an involvement.
You had
with
involvement
it, yes.
in something so
Tragic.
yeah, exactly. That a man lost his life. It's hard to say that out loud. Okay, put that aside. It's just me and you and this deputy in here. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, put that aside. We just need the facts of it
Yes,
at this point. Okay, so I understand it's hard to say, but we got to say it.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's get to that point. Let's get you knew it was going to happen. Then there was an understanding at some point about payment and how we got to all of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's start through that. Let's go from you had the Halloween party.
Okay.
You told him at that point. You told him once you told him yes, he's keeping on you. He keeps
Yeah.
bringing it up. He's not letting it go. You're like, okay, this man's serious. Then at some point you talk to Sigfredo. It wasn't immediate.
Yes.
Okay, Sigfredo, you have him. You're understanding he's going to get someone to take care of it, but he was going to do that part.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going back to Charlie. Okay, I got somebody for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now go from there. You tell Charlie I got somebody. Where does the discussion about payment happen? Where does the discussion like I said, I understand he didn't tell you I want this man killed,
Yes.
but at some point you understood that that's what he wanted. So let's get from the payment and how that discussion happened and what it was for.
Well, the payment wasn't ever directly discussed. Obviously, he was gonna pay for the situation to occur, but as far as how much it was or whatever, he never said it to me.
So there
Just
was no
said it was
flat-
gonna be taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna be taken care of.
Okay.
Like, okay, obviously there's, like I just told Zefredo, you're gonna get paid for this. So, which obviously he, he's not gonna do something
Would be
without,
get money, yeah.
exactly. And at that time, like I said, me and him were going through a rough patch back and forth, and then financially too, because you see how many jobs that I had to take. So
Yeah.
I think that was another initiative of why Charlie got in my head about like, well, you get money for this, you know, you won't have to worry about things like, so
And I
that was
understand
an
why you believe
advantage.
that.
Yeah.
Because he's already showing you this lifestyle. You're dating him briefly, and he's already
Yeah.
showing you.
I
He's very
actually
flashy.
did not know how much, you know, like
Like how much he had.
he had. Yeah.
But
Like
he does
that.
talk like he has a lot of money.
Yes, of course.
Right.
You know, I mean, like he.
A lot of people down the South do that.
Exactly.
Whether they have it or not.
Yeah, yeah. It's the talk. It's him. You know, he was not a flashy person, but I mean, he lived well off.
Right.
And at that time, like I said, like we were like struggling. Like I'm working multiple jobs. You know, I just broke up with Sigfredo a couple months before that. He didn't have a job. I'm pretty sure he was doing his thing,
Right.
trying to make money, whatever it was, which
Right.
he's like
We
always kept
understand
away
what
from.
he was
Exactly.
doing.
Yeah.
Okay. We understand how he was doing. That's neither here nor there. We
Yes.
don't care about that
Yes.
here. So you're struggling. You're a single mom. Dad's doing what he can to make money, but he ain't. You're really supporting your kids.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, that's happening.
Yeah.
You meet Charlie. You start dating Charlie. He's whining and
I mean, we're hanging out.
I know
we're
not
having
like
a good
official
time.
boyfriend girlfriend, but you're dating, like going out on dates,
Yeah.
going out with each other, doing things like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that happens. Then at some point he's comfortable enough to from the beginning, I think you said he was venting about his sister's husband.
I guess things were occurring as that's happening. Like I said, now time frame wise, I see that there was a lot of things going on, and I guess that's why he's feeling pressured to pressure me
Right,
of
'cause
getting this done because of like
there was a lot of court stuff going on.
exactly, which like I said, I learned from. He never discussed anything to me about like what Wendy was going through.
Right.
But
he just told you she's having a hard time.
she's having a hard time. His parents weren't like, his mom especially wasn't like sleeping well, and just a lot of like hardship on his family.
Right.
So, I mean, he's painting a very bad picture of this guy to me, obviously.
Right.
Like, so I guess that's why my
So
conscience
in your mind, this
wasn't.
is a bad man that's putting
Yes.
the strain on this nice family that you just met and all this stuff, and he's wanting your help and you're wanting to help him.
Exactly.
Is that a good?
Yeah, that's a good.
What your mental state was?
Yeah. Because I mean, he knows how to get it to my head where it's obviously he was making it seem like he was the worst of the worst. Like this man was the worst of the worst. He's put. I mean, from what my understanding from meeting his parents and meeting his sister, they were good people.
Right.
So
you're just thinking there's this evil guy, really, in your mind,
that
putting
he
them
was
through turmoil.
exactly like
Okay.
putting the whole family into
Right.
a bad situation.
Okay. So then, Charlie, you agree. Let's get.
Okay,
I want to get
this
past that
is-
now. We keep going back to the Halloween thing. That's a good thing because that's a point. That's a date in your head that we can pinpoint. Okay, now we got that pinpoint.
Okay, so-
I want to go forward from that up to. Okay, he never said the exact dollar amount. I got that. Okay, but he did say that you'll be compensated.
Yes, ma'am.
They will be compensated for taking care of this for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I know you don't know exact times,
Yes, ma'am.
but I want your best guess. If you say a month, 6 months, whatever. So if we got October is when the Halloween party was. We know Dan Markel was killed in July,
Yes, ma'am.
the following July. So that's not quite a
following
year.
year.
Yeah, it's in
Okay.
2014 because it was October 2013. You go through July of 2014 is when he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a trip before the July trip. There was that June trip,
June.
and you had previously told us, and I'm going to use this to remind you just because we spoke about it in Ocala last month.
Okay.
Or
Was
it
that
early?
last month? I felt like it was-
No, it was this month. Or no, it was last month. Either way, it's within the past 2 months. You did admit that when Sigfredo told you, and obviously you didn't know that Sigfredo, you're saying you didn't know that Sigfredo was the one that did it, but you knew he was getting someone to take care of this for Charlie. That he asked for money, and then when he needed more money for something, you would go back to Charlie and get more money for it.
Yes. Okay. It's just that before that, okay, that paper that I told you that
In the
Shirley
diaper bag?
had, yeah, that had to have been towards the beginning of the year.
Okay.
2014.
At the beginning of 2014, so after Christmas, before they made any of the trips and things like that, correct?
Yeah, because I don't even know if there was any trips prior
Prior
to
to that,
yeah,
okay.
exactly. So that's okay. So that when I had given, okay, so Charlie gave me that, like I told you, he had it sealed. He's telling me like, oh, that he didn't print it from his house, and he did it like probably from one of the offices, that he wore gloves. I mean, he was adamant about telling me
And not
these
wanting you to
things.
touch it too. Right?
Yeah, now he told me, please don't open it. It's sealed. Just you know what you have to do with it. So I was like, okay. And like I said, like I'm not even treating this like okay. Like he put it in the bag, and I didn't even know how much longer until probably Sigfredo came by the house, or I mean the condo where I was living at that time. And then I was like, oh yeah, like you have a paper in there, like in the bag. And he grabbed
So it wasn't
it.
like you went to Sigfredo immediately and gave it to him. It was
No.
just when he came over, he got it out of the diaper bag.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. When he gave you that paper,
Yes, ma'am.
and he's like, you know what to do with it. You know what to do with it.
Yeah.
I get you don't know what was in that paper.
Yes.
At that point, did you know that understanding that he wanted, his intent was to have Dan Markel killed?
At that moment, no.
At that so it's after the paper
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
realized that. Okay, but
Yeah,
it is
like I
before,
said, it
it is
had to have
before he
been
was
way
killed.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I mean, way after that.
Okay, so way after that.
Because
so,
I feel like that's like towards the beginning of the year, maybe between January and March.
Okay, so between January and March, the paper happened. Okay, that's yes, and I understand you're not exact dates.
Yeah.
That's okay. So between January and March, the paper happens. Sigfredo gets paper. The murder happens in July. So from March to July, about how soon before the murder was it that you think that you understood that he was going to be killed?
From March to July. Well, like you said, the trip before, right?
The June. Yep, that's the June trip.
I was never aware. Like Sigfredo's always goes out of town, or whatever business he has to do, or whatever. Like he never told me where he was going.
Okay.
Like I didn't know anything about the whole Tallahassee or whatever. He never mentioned that. Kept that away from me.
Okay.
Any information. So, but he did say he was going out of town.
He did, but at some point with that,
Oh, that's what, yeah. So,
So
you
tell
know,
me about
Sigfredo
that.
didn't have any money, obviously. So he'd be like, well, I need some money so I can go out of town. I'm thinking in my head, maybe this is where he needs to scope things out or whatever. So that's where I will go to Charlie, and I'm like, hey, like, I need some money so that, you know, to take care of whatever
Okay.
expenses and stuff.
Right, so you're telling the expenses for them planning what they are taking care of for Charlie.
I mean, that's, I guess, assumed.
Assumed?
Yeah.
Okay. So you just tell him, I need more money for expenses. And it's
Yeah,
assumed.
because he's never given me, he
at
never
that point,
gave
he didn't
me
give you
any money at
yet.
all.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so that was the first time he gave you money.
Yeah.
So the first time he gave you money is when you're going back and you're like, hey, I need money for expenses.
Yeah,
And
because this is,
Now
because
he's planning.
Sigfredo's telling me, like,
okay,
I
we're
need some
going.
money.
I need money that this is trying to be planned.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what Sigfredo's telling you. So then you go to Charlie and you tell him, hey, we need money for expenses. So, and that's the understanding, expenses for planning what is about to happen.
Yes.
Okay. How soon before he left for out of town did that happen?
From what, when he
In the
would give
June,
me.
the first one, you said when he went to
See, I don't know time. I mean, I don't know when he did leave. Obviously, now I know, like the June
Well,
and
yeah,
July
so
trip.
but at the time you didn't know.
Yeah, like he just asked me for money. I wanted Charlie, got the money, and then gave
Gave
it
it
to
back to
him. I don't know when he went or how soon he went after I handed him that money.
Okay. Do you know how much money it was you got from Charlie?
Like a couple $100. It has to
$200.
be, yeah, like
Okay.
less than probably $5.
Okay.
I just
So
know there was like
$500 or
a
less?
yeah. I don't remember.
Okay. But it was just enough in your understanding and in Charlie's understanding it was for expenses for him to
Yeah, like
Start
I didn't
making
ask him
plans.
for a specific
amount.
amount.
You just said you need expense money.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At that point, though, when you're asking for that money, you knew that their plan is planning for the murder at this point, correct?
No,
Okay.
I still don't know anything about like the murder. That's the, like, I guess.
So
to
now
just
you're saying
scope
at
it.
between June and July, so that last month is when, before he was murdered, is when you realized that that was what was going to happen.
Yeah,
Okay. So was there anything specific
that's like an
was
indication
said,
of
yeah.
saying that this was that.
that this is what was going to
No.
happen?
No.
Okay. What in your try and think about the way you process things and the way you think about things. What would have happened, or what in your mind made you know that they switched from him being beat up to it's about to be a murder? Because you're saying that no one ever said it specifically, right? Did Sigfredo say it, mention in the passing, that that's what's happening?
No, he definitely would have never
He
told
wouldn't,
me.
yeah.
Yeah, that him definitely
He
would
wouldn't
have.
have.
It would have had to come from Charlie, and that's what I don't.
So it's something that Charlie said to you made you understand that that's what he wanted.
Yeah, from what he had said. Yeah, from what Charlie would have said, it would never be like, because then Sigfredo never even told me what was on that paper.
Right.
So if there was any instructions of what needed to be done, obviously he kept that away from me and he never mentioned it to me. But along the way, Charlie probably said something about it. But at that time, like, I don't know, like, I guess it just wasn't dawning on me that, okay, like, this is specifically what was going to happen.
Right. It did at some point before the murder happened. It dawned on you.
I believe so.
Okay. So here's my thing. So they get money and you go get money from Charlie for expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
To scope things out, whatever. That was the understanding. That's
Yes,
what the money was for. Okay, I get that, the
Or
understanding.
take the trip.
Take the trip.
Yeah.
Okay, if they were just going to go beat somebody up, you don't really need to go scope it out. Just go beat somebody up.
Well, that's the thing. I wouldn't know. Like, I would think, I wouldn't know what specifics would be just to, like, I get what you mean now. Like, yeah, like, why would you need money? But, like, I mean, to travel, to get to wherever he needed to go.
Right. I understand the money to get travel and everything like that. He's paying for the expensive. He wants this done, so he better pay for us to go and get it done.
Yes.
But so when they came back from that trip, okay.
From the first
trip. Dan
time.
Markel's still alive at this point.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
first trip he comes back. Did he discuss anything about the scoping it out? Say anything about
didn't
getting
say
more money
anything
from
to me.
Charlie?
Sigfredo didn't say anything to me.
Okay.
And then obviously Charlie was like, nothing happened, so
Was
I
like,
mean,
what happened?
he's okay, and he didn't get beat up or anything, so nothing happened.
Right. So Charlie
it just-
told you that nothing happened during that trip. Was Charlie thinking that something was going to happen during that trip?
I believe so.
So you think Charlie?
Yeah,
thought,
well, because of the fact that I had asked for money and for him to even go up there. Like, yeah, I guess he was assuming something was going to happen, and nothing happened.
And then nothing happened. So then Charlie reaches out to you and was like, "Hey, nothing happened."
Yeah.
Okay. So Charlie calls you about that and says nothing happened.
Yeah.
Okay. What else did Charlie say during those conversations? Best you could think of, because obviously he was expecting something to happen during that first trip. Is that around the time that you think he might have said something about what he wanted to happen to Dan?
He was just always saying, like, this needs to be taken care of. Like, this needs to be done. Like, he was just kind of frantic about, like
Like,
about
why
that.
isn't it done?
Yeah, like, why isn't it done?
Did he say anything about the timeline it's taking to get it done?
No.
No, he didn't
There was
say, like,
never
I gave
any
you the paper at the
timeline.
beginning of the year, and now it's
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, it did, like I said, that's what I'm saying. It's like all that time had passed. So it's like, I kept living my life and going about whatever I had to do. So it wasn't like until he started like pressuring, I guess, around that time that it needed to be done, like around.
So around like
July.
the first trip that they went
Yes.
was when he started really pressuring
Yes.
Charlie.
But wasn't there another trip prior to that?
I know for sure there was the June trip, and I know that there was talk about there possibly was a trip in around May, maybe.
Okay.
But I know
I wasn't aware of that
Yeah.
because I never.
there. I'm not sure. Don't quote
Okay.
me on that around the May one. I think there was talk, but I know for sure there was the June trip, and then there's obviously the July trip when Dan Markel was killed. Okay, we know about the June trip. We know how that happened. We know. I mean, you heard on trial about that. I know you didn't know it was Sigfredo that came up here. Now you do.
Yeah.
Your own experience from that time is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the stuff you learned in trial.
Yes, ma'am.
So your experience from that time is Sigfredo comes to you and says, "Hey, I need money to make this happen for him." Before Sigfredo did that, you said Charlie was pressuring, like, "Hey, what's going on? Why isn't it happening?" Did you go to?
Because I guess he assumed something was to
Was to
happen
happen
that
trip.
Yes.
Okay. So, but before that trip, before Sigfredo asked for that money, did Charlie ever come to you like, hey, why is it taking so long? And
I'm pretty sure he did, but
And then did you go?
I just
and
didn't,
You would have
like-
had to relay that to Sigfredo?
yeah, and he just probably didn't care or didn't, whatever, like, I don't have time to do this right now, or
Okay.
he was in his own little
His own little
binge, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, now that also too with the whole, this is why certain things, certain conversations that I have with Sigfredo are so like confusing and like shady, because he was like he was under the influence like the whole time. So it's like some of the times he didn't even make any sense, or I would be frustrated and I just didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
Like it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not invested in it.
Yeah, it
In
was
the
just,
situation,
You're still
where
living and doing your normal life. This is just something on the side that every time
it
comes up,
occurred,
you're-
and yeah,
Okay.
and obviously since I was dating Charlie at that time, he's in my head
constantly.
talking about this all the time. Like, yeah, we would hang out, but then he'd have this like, oh, okay, so what's going on? Like,
When Charlie wants
Probably.
something done, he's going to keep at you till it gets
oh
done.
yes,
Right.
yes,
When Charlie's got something in his head, from what I've observed based on the stuff in this case, he's going to keep going at it. So that's what you're trying to say. So even though Sigfredo's living his life, you're still with Charlie, and Charlie's continuing to come at you. Like, hey, why isn't this happening? Hey, let's get this
I
done.
mean, I would
hey,
relay-
This is still an issue.
I've relayed to Sigfredo, but Sigfredo didn't care. Like,
To
Half
him,
the time,
it wasn't
yeah.
that important
yeah,
to him. He'd get to it when he get to it.
yes,
Okay, so then he came to you, asked for money for that trip in June.
yes, ma'am.
You go to Charlie, you get, we're going to say approximately $500. So
Yeah.
that's not a definite amount,
Yeah.
but no more than $500. Okay, you give that to Sigfredo. Sometime after that, obviously shortly after that, not too long after that, Sigfredo makes a trip up to Tallahassee.
Yes,
You didn't know it was Sigfredo. You thought he was sending someone else. I get that. Those details left aside.
Yeah.
He comes up here. We know it was him now.
yeah.
Okay. He comes up here. He comes back. Do you know when he gets back in town? Obviously, you didn't know he was coming.
When he came back to town, what were you talking about? July now?
We're talking about June right now first. We haven't made it to
June.
July yet. The trip that nothing happened, because at
I
some
don't-
point,
yeah, I
how
don't
did Charlie
remember.
know he was back and that nothing happened?
He
Is
didn't.
what-
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
I mean, I guess just nothing happened within
Within so many days.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing happened
from
within.
probably from the time that I had like
Got the money.
asked the money for the money, and then probably like a week went by, and like, okay, so what's going on?
Okay.
So,
All right. So we can.
and I'm pretty sure
Charlie
Sigfredo
knows
is
he's-
MIA, and I don't even know if Sigfredo really did what he had to do, or he just wanted to get the money from me so that he can, like I said,
go on another binge
yeah,
or whatever.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So we got June squared
Okay.
away. Okay. So we got June squared away. Sigfredo, you got the money. Charlie gave you the money, and then Charlie's like, "Hey, I gave you money. Nothing's happened. What's going on?" Sigfredo, whatever. Now let's get to July.
Okay.
Do you get more money from Charlie for them to come up in July?
Yes.
Okay. Explain that to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sigfredo was like, "Hey, I need money again, so that I can go out of town." So I'm like, "Okay." So I go to Charlie again, same thing, ask him for money, and then, but I mean, he just gives it to me, so I'm.
And Charlie didn't be like, "Hey, he didn't do it last time." Was there any conversation about, okay, last time was scoping and planning. This is the time that he's actually going to go and do it. How did he?
And then no, not that I
There
don't
was
think
no-
he didn't even ask me any questions or anything about it. Just okay, it wasn't done. I asked him for money and he just gave it to me again. So
And you told him
I
it was
gave
for
it-
expenses again.
yes,
Okay.
yeah.
But how much did he give you that time?
That's around the ballpark that I'm thinking. I don't think it's that like 500. That's like a lot for
Yeah.
like a trip to make. But I'm just saying.
But you gotta think like somewhere to stay, you gotta gas.
Yeah,
Sigfredo's like, I'm doing this for him. He's probably gonna feed me, things like that.
Yeah.
So we're gonna do the approximate 500 again.
Okay.
So we got. It could be less than 500,
Yeah.
but no more than 500.
Yeah.
Correct.
yeah.
Okay. So in June you got the approximate 500. Could be less, could be, but no more. That was your understanding. He was going up to scope it out.
Yeah.
July, he's going back up there.
Yeah.
And he says, we need more money. So you go back to Charlie and get more money.
Yeah.
We're in another approximate 500.
I'm just thinking that from that month,
From-
that he's probably like at that point, like Charlie is adamant about something needs to be done now.
Okay, so Charlie is adamant in that month time frame.
Yeah.
And at that point,
I'm from what my recollection. Yeah.
that's what I want, your
Yeah.
recollection of it. That's all I
Yeah.
want, is your memory and your recollection.
Because there's like there has to have been some type of pressure of why he had to go right away, you know.
Right back up there.
Yeah.
Okay, so Charlie's putting pressure on one of them right now. Do you think at that time frame, from your recollection, that's when you understood that it was now going to be a murder and not just someone getting beat up?
I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's hard for me to, like, like, not even to admit to it, but it's like, where did it switch from that to that, and why was I like?
I know it's hard to admit, but
Not-
I need you to admit to me what part where it switched. I know it's hard to say that you
Yeah,
were a
because
part of
it's
that.
not. Yeah, and it's like, was it that time? Like, you know, was it within that time frame? Which I'm pretty sure is, you know, like Charlie was just like, okay, this needs to be done. This needs to be done, and he said something that I'm like that's what needs to be done.
Right.
You know, and then, like I said, it's never been spoken outright.
He's never said, I need him to kill him.
Yeah.
He's never said
So
those
it's
exact
like,
words.
no,
I need him
not
dead.
those. Yeah, not
He's
those
never said those
exact
exact words. Never said, I need him dead, I need him killed. He kept saying he needs
Just
them
needed
taken care of.
Yeah.
Initially, your understanding was that he needed him to take care of was being beat up. At some point, he keeps pushing and pushing and being persistent. Am I correct? And then
I'm saying, like, I feel like it slipped and he said something, and that's when I'm like, okay.
that's when you realize that that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, because
Okay.
he just goes and talks, and, you know, like, he goes in his rants, so he probably was just so frustrated, said something, and, like, it didn't really, you know, like, I might have heard it, but then it's like, didn't question it, and just
Okay. And you
What
said
about it?
like, he let something slip probably, and then goes in his rants because he's frustrated at this point.
yeah.
So that's probably So is it safe to say, just on your recollection, safe to say he's frustrated because now we're in June, July, and nothing happened in that June trip, and now he's frustrated because, okay, I gave you money, thinking it was going to happen, nothing happened. Now I'm about to give you more money. So do you think it would be safe to say it could be in that time frame, or?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay,
Yeah.
from your recollection of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so be in that time frame between the first trip and the second trip, that he was frustrated and that something hadn't happened, and that's when you realize that it
That's what I'm
was
saying. Like, he might have slipped and said something along those lines.
something that
I
he
just
said
can't
made you
remember.
realize.
Yeah, that okay. Like,
That
this
he wanted
is
a
a lot
murder.
more
Okay,
than what's, you know, he's
what
letting it out to be.
right. Okay, so something he said made you realize that he wanted Dan Markel killed and not just beat up.
Yeah.
During that
Well,
time
like,
frame.
like I said, I didn't even know, like, Dan Markel's
You didn't know his
I
name,
don't know. I
but
didn't
the
know
person
anything.
that they
Yeah.
were taking care of.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's do that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so something between that June trip and that July time of asking money because he's frustrated it hadn't happened. That's when he let something slip that his intention was to have the subject that they were going up there killed, not hurt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So now we got about a month time frame of that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So you go in July and you go and get that money from Charlie for them to go back up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you give it to Sigfredo. I understand you're still saying you didn't understand it was Sigfredo going, but you thought he was getting someone to go.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Dan Markel is murdered.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, because I know that you had a conversation with Sigfredo when he was on his way back. I know that there was a post.
On his way.
Or when the drive back somehow,
Yeah.
there was.
I mean, like, he's always calling me. That's what I'm saying. It's like.
At what point, okay, then let's say, at what
Yeah.
point did you realize that it was done? Dan Markel's, I understand you didn't know it was Dan Markel's name,
Yeah.
but the subject was deceased and you were to go collect money. Because you went to Charlie's house that night.
I'm about to
Yeah.
come back, guys.
Okay, well,
Right, just give
Start
me a
from the
minute.
beginning of that.
okay.
That July trip. Let's just walk me
So-
through the July trip.
I'm thinking that I had, or either Sigfredo, I don't know if Sigfredo came to me in the apart to where I live, to probably on his way back.
Yeah, you did tell us
Or
in
I
Ocala
had
that
s-
he came to you when he got
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did Sigfredo tell you when he got back? Did he say it's done? Did he say something to let you know that you were to go collect payment? Like,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
what I understand.
that's what he said. He's like, I need the money.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
Okay, so he.
So I'm assuming, like, no questions, no nothing. I didn't ask him, like, what happened. He would never tell me anyways.
Right.
But he's like, hey, I need to get paid. I need the money.
Okay.
I'm like, all right.
Charlie was calling during that. Did Charlie say anything? What did Charlie say to you about knowing it being done or anything about that?
Well, that's when I had gotten the phone call from him, I think later on that night too. And he had said that like, oh, can you come over? We're gonna have dinner or whatever. And then he said something about an accident. And
Okay.
that's from what I remembered. Like something happened, there's an accident. So I'm putting two and two together, like
So Fred has come here and told you it's done,
asking,
he needs
yeah.
money, and Charlie's calling you the same night, almost around the
Yeah.
same time, saying, hey, come have dinner, an accident happened or something is what you-
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Y'all go to Charlie's that night?
Yes.
Y'all have dinner?
I think I just went to his house.
You just went to his house?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go to Charlie's house, tell him about the discussion when you get there, and how that goes out.
Okay, so when I got to Charlie's house, I told you he was acting kind of like frantic, and I remember him having a gun with him. That's why I was like, you know, like I come in or whatever, he had a gun in his hand, and he is just like pacing back and forth, and I don't know like exactly what he was telling me, but he was just, it's almost like he was scared, like something was gonna happen to him.
Right.
So I'm like scared too, because I'm like, why are you like why do you have a gun? Like I've never seen him like, you know, like have a gun on him. He's like pacing back and forth, and then he's like, oh, an accident happened. He's still not telling me, you know, that this is from Tallahassee, and he didn't tell me that anything happened to, you know, his brother-in-law yet.
Right.
Not that I could remember him saying. I just know that it was an accident, car accident or something at that point. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, I need the money.
Okay.
And then he's like, okay. He gives me, because I remember falling asleep. It was like we weren't even up for like a long time, because he was so
wired up.
nervous and
Yeah.
like he looked wired and nervous. And then he gave me a Xanax and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Like
so,
we both fell asleep.
So you both took a Xanax and fell asleep, but before you fell asleep, you told him you needed the money.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you tell him that? Like, did you say, hey, he came, you know, my guy, obviously you're not saying names.
Yeah.
My person said they took care of what you need. Like, tell me how that conversation happened.
There wasn't really much of a conversation. I just told him like I needed the money. Like I don't remember.
So when
really,
he's talking about the
discussing
accident
anything.
and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
well,
and you're
yeah,
saying I need the money, you're not saying, hey, now you know this has happened. They did
I
this
mean,
for you.
that's what I'm saying. It's like he knows that something happened already. He's like certain that that's that. I'm collecting money for, you know, from
For
Sigfredo
you
telling
knowing.
me, yeah, that obviously I at that point like I knew, but it wasn't, you know, like okay. Like I just went specifically to ask him for that money. Like I wasn't
Okay, so you knew.
asking. I didn't want to ask really any questions. That's why, I guess. That's why I didn't want to like, okay, so you know that obviously he knew that had already happened and that occurred.
Okay, so you knew that he knew the details because of how he's acting.
Yes.
Okay, you knew from your side because Sigfredo came back and told you, hey,
Yes.
it's done.
Yeah.
I need money.
Yes.
You go to Charlie's. Charlie's acting erratic.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me add the video that I just created, which has additional photos and some of which I already showed you guys. And then let me go through that first, or I did finish reading the month of May calendar, so I added 1 month, May of 2023. A lot of repeats, a couple of very interesting items. So I'll go through that in a minute. So instead, first, hello. So first, actually, I'm going to do that one first. So let's press play, and we'll go through it. So again, this is September 29 before trial. So getting clothes ready for Charlie. October 2nd, before the trial, 3 weeks to trial. See Dan, order that Thailand Island guide for Charlie. And actually, before I continue, let me just tell you guys this. One of the things that I can see from going already through the first 5 months of the year, the last month of 2022 on this calendar, is that this family has continued to live a very, very tight knit. They're very close to each other. They are one team. Obviously, Donna and Charlie were together in this. Donna was very enmeshed in the case against her son. Donna and Harvey kept a good relationship with Wendy. Wendy was coming over quite often for dinners and so on and so forth. And Wendy kept using them as babysitters for the boys, will leave the boys with the grandparents very often for several days, days when she went on trips or for some other reasons that sometimes are not clarified. But they did continue very much together, and Donna was very, very heavily involved in the defense. It is not surprising that Donna's first attorney, which was for the case, Dan Roshbaum, became Charlie's lawyer. This is a story. They're all together on this one story, I guess. So based on that, my guess would be that their story for Dan must have been, that we are a united front, a united defense, and there's no conflict between us because we're in a united front. So just pointing that out and pointing out that there was a very close relationship. It seems to continue to exist with Wendy as well. So let's see what else I pulled up here. So that was the October 2nd one. It's playing. Again, I'm going to have Ladybug edit all of this and make it better for you guys. So this is October 19. I'm sorry, October 9, 2 weeks to go to trial. Ask Dan, is it true? I think I already showed you guys this one, so let me skip it. Is it about that Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua are in Leon County? So let's skip that one. Then it says October 20th, final hearing in Tallahassee. I guess the final hearing before the trial started. October 23rd, Charlie's trial starts today. It's today. Call Noah. I think I already discussed this one with you guys. Do I need to be at the morning meeting? And I do believe that this is Attorney Rubin. Let me double check. It was Josh Dubin, so not Noah. So Josh Dubin, right? Joshua Dubin. So I don't think, so maybe that was not called Noah. Maybe Noah is somebody else. Maybe somebody else on Mr. Dubin's team, but I misspoke on that. So final hearing I did. Charlie's trials today. Call Noah. Do I need to be? So I don't know who Noah is. Did Charlie get giant? Okay, we already did this one, so let me skip it. If you were not here, it's much earlier in this video. Charlie's birthday we did. Watch Kappelman closing. If he's guilty, he's guilty. We talked about this. It may have been something she said. I don't think that Donna believed that if he's found guilty, then he's guilty. Of course not. 8:30 a.m. closing arguments. So this was November the 6th. the day that her son was convicted. Pack. So November 10th, there's a note already about packing. I thought there was one on November 9th. Let me see. 6th. Did I skip it? I think I have one on November 9th. I just didn't upload it. I think the first day was November 9th where they talk about Vietnam. November 10th, it says Wendy or something else. I don't think it's Wendy. I think it's something else, or it could be Wendy, but then dash. Tell Dan, like I guess Rev Vietnam, he must tell Charlie on his private line. This one is a little bit interesting, and I'm going to stop and switch here to you guys, and we'll see. This one we talked about already, so I'm going to skip it. Let's see. You guys, if you came in later, you can go back and take a look where I showed this and I discussed it. We discussed this one. Okay, that's it. Oh, I hope I'm not playing the wrong one. Let me make sure. All right, so where is here? Sup. So let me stop sharing that. I'm going to put it again, just in case I uploaded the wrong one. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think I discussed this with you guys. Okay, here we go. Sorry, a little error on my part. I'm going to go there now. There it is. Here we go. Okay, this is new. So let's go back to the beginning because it was kind of important. All right, so what does it say? First of all, the date, September 21st. This is before the trial, okay? First note, it says POA from Dan. POA could be power of attorney. There's a check mark next to it. Then it says demonstrables, meaning the demonstrative aids, I'm assuming. It says foreclosing question mark. Hasselbrock is an attorney who does insurance work and represented the family, or at least Charlie, in a lawsuit about disability insurance coverage. So it says Hasselbrock wants to keep maybe something low, maybe profile low, because of social media, something like that. I'm not sure. Low something, forward, an arrow, and then social media. Nice work photo of Charlie, question mark. These are all maybe points that she wanted to talk to Dan about. Like maybe send a nice photo of Charlie working as a dentist, a photo with his child, a photo of the family during the 70th birthday party. This is my interpretation. Will Mike Mintz any help? Will Mike Mintz any help? Remember, Mike Mintz was listed as a witness for Charlie. And so there's a question mark. Will Mike Mintz be of any help? Help. Did somebody with John, so W dash did different. I need to go to this entry on the calendar itself, so give me a second because I obviously covered it with a picture of this couple, and it's not so easy to read. So let me get to work here. I'm going to go to September 21st and take a look. This entry. Maybe I can see it better. Okay, this is the long one. All right, so I was at birthday party. Okay, so birthday party. We did that on the 70th birthday party. I talked about that. Was Mike Mintz any help? Oh, was. So it's good that I pulled it up. Was Mike Mintz any help? W. Different press with John. I don't know what that is. Jury selection televised? Question mark. Claudia. Hey, why not? Claudia? Question mark. Hey? Question mark. Or Haley? Why not? Question mark. Ask Annie's gift to Charlie. Janice, Annie's gift to Charlie. Put it in the safe. Ask if big box upstairs is the BB gun he was looking for. That's all September 21st. Okay? All right. So, 18, there we go. All right. Let's go. Keep going on this video. As you can see, she was a meticulous note taker, Miss Donna Adelson, for sure. Does Kapelman still want to interview us on October the 3rd? This note is from September 26th. Again, I already discussed the whole issue about the move by Georgia Kapelman to take investigatory interviews of Donna and Harvey Adelson in preparation for the trial, and all the negotiations that happened, and then the withdrawal of them as witnesses and all that. Excuse me. I'll get going to some sleep soon, maybe in another hour. I'll probably keep going for another hour, guys, in case you're making plans. Is the witness list out? This is September 29th. Take Charlie's suitcase from Tortugas, then pack it for him. So maybe they sent a suitcase for him with Dan in case they won and he was released, and then he would have a suitcase. 3 weeks to trial. See Dan. This is October the 2nd. Order Samui guide for Charlie. I guess they were planning that if he got acquitted, he would travel to Thailand. October 9, 2 weeks to trial. Ask Dan, is it true? Okay, we already talked about this one. Final hearing, we talked about. Trial today. Call Noah. Okay, we talked about this. Charlie's birthday, Friday, October 27th. Hotels for Charlie. So they're already thinking, again, this is November the 4th, a couple of days before he was convicted. So they're thinking, hey, let's get a hotel for Charlie. Which, no, not which, or maybe which, watch Kapelman. Maybe it was which. I don't know. Watch Kapelman closing. If he's guilty, he's guilty. I talked about this already earlier. And this was an earlier note, the same day, November the 6th. It talks about the fact that closing arguments will start. And then the first, here it is, the first entry of any indication they're going to get ready for Vietnam is on November the 9th. It says PAC, Vietnam. Thank you, say the prosecutors. Thank you for all those notations you make, Donna. Sell jewelry, dishes, and implants and comics. Charlie, call Sal? I don't know. Hard to read. Pack. Apple. Oh, okay, appellate lawyer for Charlie. Who? Question mark. Wonder or whatever. Maybe Wendy. Tell Dan Vietnam about Vietnam. And of course, he should tell Charlie on his private line. And we already talked about this. Interesting note for November 17th. She was already in jail, so obviously she wrote it ahead of time, thinking about several lawsuits that they were going to file. Let me see what I just missed there. Okay, so this is November 13th, the day of her arrest. Visa is coming by 7 a.m. Hold on, where was it? Talk to Wendy on the 18th. I don't know, maybe I missed one. Yeah, that one, right there. Let me pause it. Visa is coming 7 a.m. Before 7 a.m. Talks about the websites, where they got a visa from, watch for visa, or their new iCare for Charlie. So at some moment I was like, oh, they're leaving Vietnam, and at the same time on the jail calls, they're talking about how they care about him while they're planning their escape. So maybe I thought for a second that they were planning the escape without letting Charlie know, but now we know different. We know that they wanted Charlie to know, and obviously Charlie must have been supportive of the whole thing. So again, they're very united front. Received email Vietnam visa by 7 a.m. Okay, so that's the end of this additional video that I just created, which, by the way, Stephanie the Sleuth helped me put together those screenshots, and she's actually going to be working with me on a nice video with all those important, much more concise video with all those important findings around the trial date and right after the trial. And there's more. I didn't put all of them here. So let me stop this and let's get back to you guys. Oh, I already stopped it. Was I showing it to you guys or not? I hope I was showing it to you. Thank you so much, Kat Randall. All right. So now, hi, Mary. Nice to see you. Ladybug's not in Tallahassee anymore, but she's working remotely, so she's not here. But thanks anyway for saying hello to her. Okay. That's interesting that on the day of the 13th, you're saying that the handwrites were different handwriting. Let's see, November 13. Let me look at that. I'm going to look, November 13. There is maybe a different handwriting. It's about the flight or about the flight. I mean, it could be someone else wrote it. It could be that she just wrote it bigger. You know, I have multiple handwritings, I guess. Hi, Mary. I don't know. All I can tell you is that the longer they wait on these prosecutions, the worse it is, because it is harder to prove a case the longer you wait. So my opinion was a long time ago that they should have arrested all of them, but they didn't. So as more time passes, it becomes less likely that there will be success unless there is new evidence. You know, I don't see that happening. So there has to be new evidence, and we're not privy to that. You know, is somebody gonna come up with anything new, right? So let me now go ahead and read to you guys. It's a good question. All questions are good. So I'm going to read to you guys the May calendar entries that I found to be interesting. Some of them are repeats. I did not highlight all the repeats, but I did sometimes. And here we go. May 1st, 9th payment on Vietnam Villa, $5,982. 10th payment. Oh, I already read May 1st. Where had I stopped? Tax refund. I think I read this one. So let me jump. Well, the May 1st one was really important and interesting, so I'm going to read it again. So then on May 1st, there are 3 references to payments about this Vietnam Villa. And this is, again, way before Charlie was convicted. Okay, so they're apparently buying or investing on some property called Vietnam Villa, which I'm assuming is in Vietnam. Who knows? There may be a Vietnam Villa in Miami, but I'm assuming this is for Vietnam. So, ninth payment on Vietnam Visa, 5,982. Then an arrow down points to 10th payment is going to be July 1st for a huge amount, for $53,359. The 11th payment is due on September 1st, and it is also for $5,982. So now I'm going to skip all the way to where I believe I actually stopped, which is May 4th. I didn't take anything down for May 4th. For May 5th, Friday, there's a HM star Wendy. I have no idea what that means. There's also a fill out long-term guest form for Wendy note. May 6th, Saturday, again, take Porsche wheel to storage, this time in brackets. And right under it, it says order iCard for Charlie. Order iCard for Charlie. Maybe the iCare card, maybe the stuff, like send gifts to the jail. iGifts, ask Charlie. Highlight that. iGifts, ask Charlie. Okay. Nothing else that I noted for May 6th or Sunday, May 7th. May 8th is a Monday, and it notes at the top that it's Gary Cohen's 68th birthday. That there's a letter to raise. Okay, so she makes a note to herself, letter to raise rent, and then in parentheses says, after all rents are paid. So they want all the people to pay their rent, and as soon as everybody finally paid, then she's going to send a letter to everybody raising their rents. Obviously, to fund this very expensive life of defending themselves. On May 9th, I did not highlight anything. On May 10th, I only highlighted again for the indication to order this whatever that was, that island in Thailand guide for Charlie. And I did not highlight anything else on the 10th. On May 11th, which was a Thursday, 2023, of course, the only thing I highlighted was fill out long-term guest form for Wendy. On May 12th, Friday, I highlighted 11 a.m. Dan's office with Maricel. So they have a meeting at Dan Roshbaum's office, it seems, with Maricel Descalzo, right? Her attorney. There's also a note about the tax refund that supposedly Charlie's owed, and also about making a student loan payment for Charlie. Excuse me. Whew. Long day. Saturday, May 13. Again, take Porsche wheel to storage. Gotta be something about that. I mean, come on, a Porsche wheel. Why would you even take a wheel to storage? That doesn't make any sense. Some kind of code, I guess. Hopefully, there's a code to take something else to storage, and they can figure it out. Nothing else marked by me for that day, May 13, Sunday, May 14. Mother's Day. Out to dinner, take out food, trolley, trash. Nothing important. May 14, that's my birthday. May 15th, Monday. Talk to Dan Rushbaum. Well, it says talk to Dan. I'm interpreting this as Dan Rushbaum. And it says CJ. Well, CJ is shortened for Charlie. So talk to Dan. I guess Dan is going to talk to Charlie. We'll be talking to Janice. We don't want to be doing this in October. C may want to give her until November 1st. Cutting it too close. So that's what it says. Okay. Excuse me. Nothing on Tuesday, May 16. That I noted or marked. Nothing on Wednesday, May 17th. Nothing on May 18th that I noted as important. On May 19th, Friday, says check Charlie phone plus commissary, pack toiletries, Charlie and send eye care order, take boys to school. Looks like the boys were with them for a few days. 8:30. I'm sorry, 8:30 to 7. Wendy will pick up boys to go home. So at some moment, I guess, that day in the evening, Wendy was coming to get the boys. They were gonna fly to New Jersey, Harvey and Donna. And they flew to New Jersey on Saturday, May 20. Apparently, they went to visit friends. And Sunday, May 21st, it says Ruth and Howard's 50th anniversary party. On May 22nd, they are still in New Jersey with Annie. That's what it says here, and I highlighted. On May 23rd, they're going to fly home that day. I make a notation about Charles' tax refund of $42,000 or so. Fill out long-term gas form for Wendy again. All right, so Wednesday, May 24th, it says that Dan, I'm assuming Dan Rushbaum, is going to be in Tallahassee. That's about the only thing that I thought of importance in there. May 25th. I didn't highlight anything on May 26th, which was Friday. There's a reminder about sending some Iker, and sending some stuff to Charlie. Then on top of that, it says Wendy, make Kugel. What is a Kugel? Never heard of it. It's a dish. Kugel is a dish. I see. Kugel is a baked casserole, most commonly made from Lokshen or potatoes, traditional Ashkenazi Jewish dish. Ah, okay. So they were making a nice dish for Wendy. Okay. Make people. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Like I said, this is the tedious work of lawyers, and thank you for joining me while I'm doing this. May 27th, Saturday, take the Porsche wheel to storage again. I mean, this is just got to be some kind of code. Just weird. UPS store drop off. Blah, blah, blah. So Sunday, May 28th, they have Sunday dinner together. And that's all I noted. We're almost done. Monday, May 20. Oh, what is this one? May 29. May 29th is a Monday, and there's a reminder about all those things that they wanted to sell, the records, the implants, the comics, and then she has a question mark. Sell my ring? Question mark. Family dinner tonight on that Monday, the 29th, on Memorial Day. And then for May 30, I highlighted Charlie tax refund stuff again, and that's it. And then on Wednesday, May 31st, which is the last day I'm doing tonight, it only has a reference to send. It says $7,226 wire, a little arrow pointing to Charlie, CJA, which is Charlie from what I understand from reading this already for days. So that's it, guys. That's what I can do today. I'm stopping at the end of May. I will resume on June 1st, tomorrow during the day. Well, today, I guess, already, because we're at 3 a.m. Thank you, Mary. That's very sweet. Thank you so much. And, well, I guess that's it. Do you guys have any quick questions before I go? There we go. Thanks, Janet. I appreciate it. So that's it. I'm assuming you guys don't want to watch any more Katie. Yes. All right, Potter. Thanks for going back. All right. I'm going to give you guys 1 or 2 minutes for any final questions, and then I'll go ahead and thank you, Kat Randall. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Kat Randall. Thank you, Janet Gomez. Thank you, Moi Moi. Thanks, Helen. Thanks, Elias. Let's go here. Let's see. Well, goodbye, everybody. I'll have a wonderful day or night, wherever you are. San Francisco. I was born in Los Angeles, not too far away, but I grew up in South America and in Florida. I only lived in California until I was 3. Beautiful state. I did visit with my family a few years ago. How does Charlie's friend know they were fleeing? Well, okay, so from what we can see here, okay, is there are a lot of payments that apparently are being made for a Vietnam villa. There's some indication later that those payments were made to that friend. So maybe that friend thought that after the conviction, before the conviction, is like, hey, sometimes they may be acquitted, and then maybe they decide to come live in Vietnam because they're sick and tired of all the bad publicity in the United States. But now where Charlie is convicted and they're rushing to go to Vietnam, maybe the guy says, oh, maybe I should say something about it. Maybe, and I think if that's the guy who did it, he did the right thing. I appreciate that very much, Mary. All right. Thank you, Albert. Do you guys have any more questions before I go get some Z's for the night? Final opportunity. Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching. Until next time, Sleepy Mentor Lawyer. Have a good one. There's a lot more gems in this thing. A lot more important, interesting information, and I'll make sure I'll bring it to you as soon as I can. Okay? Gotta be this week, because next week I'll be gone, out of town working. So thank you so much, KLK. Appreciate it very much. Okay, guys. Thank you. Much appreciated to the classy chat. Good. Now, Kat, I don't know if you were in a little fight with Zulu, but Zulu is long-term supporter and follower of this channel. He does have a sense of humor and likes to make a lot of jokes. So, you got to try to be understand that there's different characters that participate on the chat. And so you guys got to be kind to each other. And if you don't like somebody, my understanding is that on YouTube you can just block them for yourself. So if you don't like how somebody comments, or you don't want to see them on your chat, you can just block that person, and that person is not going to show in your chat. I believe that's how it works. I've never done it myself, but I understand that's how it works. Thanks for watching, everybody. Until next time, Mentor Lawyer. Good night. Or day.